a.m. of SaaStr Day 2 alongside. My name is Katie Evans, and I'm joined here alongside Managing Director Josh Stein. We're both members of Threshold's investing team focused on enterprise software. Threshold is a VC firm out of the US that focuses on early stage investing, and you'll most typically find us leading Series A investments.
Awesome, thanks Katie. So why are we here today? Well, one of the best and worst things about being a VC is we sit in a lot of meetings. A lot of meetings. I'm sure everyone here sits in a ton of meetings as well. Some of them, fantastic. Most of them, kind of suck, especially when they get really big, right? So why is that? Well, we're going to try and answer our views on why some meetings are just so bad and also arm you with some tools specifically for board meetings for how you can make them a lot better.
That's right. But first, some bona fides. This is myself and Josh at a board meeting. This is how board meetings should look. We are outside in the Norwegian mountains on a hike with two of our great co-investors and board members of Sanity, which is a Norwegian content management software solution. The neat thing about this board meeting is Magnus, the CEO, actually took us on a hike through the fjords before a very long board meeting.
As you can see, beyond Sanity, we've also been lucky enough to work with some really great SaaS companies. Katie and I were doing some back-of-the-envelope math before the speech. I think between the two of us, we sit in something like 50 individual board meetings a year. I've been doing this for 20 years, and before that, I was a startup founder and had my own board. So didn't run the exact numbers, but I'm pretty sure we've been in something like 1,000 plus board meetings overall. Our goal today is to talk to you about some of the common pitfalls that we see in those meetings, and then also what are the ways that you can use them to fix it. Specifically, let's see here. The first thing to remember about really any meeting, but especially boards, is at their core, boards of directors are just groups of people. So it turns out when you get groups of people together, they interact in ways that are very predictable, some for the good, but also often very counterproductive. And as it turns out, there's an entire field of science dedicated to studying what happens when you get groups of people together. When I started out in undergrad, I thought I wanted to be a physics major, maybe CS. Then freshman year, I took this transformative course in social psychology, totally changed my direction. Fast forward now 25, 30 years out of both undergrad and also getting an MBA at Stanford, I can tell you that the classes and the stuff I learned in social psychology is vastly more useful and what I use much more day to day than anything I learned in any of those other classes. So, talking about let's just sort of jump right in. So, one of the first things we want to leave you with is cognitive biases. So what are cognitive biases? Cognitive biases basically are just artifacts of evolution and how our brains evolved. So we go through life, and every day we have to make literally thousands and thousands of decisions. We have hundreds of daily routines. We meet new people, we hear new information, we have to decide who we're going to trust, who we're going to give our attention to. We have to assess credibility as new information comes in, good or bad. We have to decide what we're going to do about it. And if we had to think through all of those decisions step by step, it would be absolutely overwhelming. We'd get nothing done. So our brains have developed something called heuristics, right? Heuristics are basically shortcuts that allow us to kind of skip through most of the processing and make those decisions very quickly. It's highly adaptive 90% of the time. Think about if you're driving a car, you couldn't possibly incorporate all the various factors. Your brain just does it kind of subconsciously. The problem with heuristics is while 99+% of the time they're useful, they also lead us to make, unfortunately, some incorrect decisions and lead to behaviors that are counterproductive. So, what can we do to fix that?
There's effectively three key ways that you want to look at cognitive biases as a whole. As Josh said, heuristics, good. But heuristics that turn into cognitive biases, bad. What do we do to fix it? Well, the first step is to acknowledge it. Acknowledge that cognitive biases exist. Be aware that it's not if, but more so when they're going to show up in your boardroom. Second, it's important to understand each cognitive bias. We're going to walk you through 9 specific cognitive biases today, but in totality, I think there's something like 180 different cognitive biases. So here's some homework for you. Go home, search cognitive biases, figure out your favorites. Again, we're just presenting the ones that we like.
They limited us to 30 minutes, so we can only cover sort of our favorites.
180 is not a good number for 30 minutes of talk time. But yeah, understanding will help you really make better decisions for your boards going forward. And then last, the trick to overcoming it may sound simple, but it's harder in practice, which is making deliberate decisions that drive action at the board level. It's sometimes difficult to seek feedback and have an open mind when you're leading a very successful company, an early company, a growth company, a later stage company. Deliberate decisions are important at all periods of time in company growth.
So in a nutshell, forewarned is forearmed. And I'd also flag that we're going to kind of take an optimistic, positive slant in this presentation about how you can overcome cognitive biases for better group interactions. But I'll also say, if you want, you can calculate it separately. You can also use these for evil. So if you want to also figure out how to sort of manipulate things to your will, you can also use some of the same techniques in reverse. OK, so let's sort of jump in. Number 1 with a bullet, my favorite in really any meeting, but especially in boards, is something called diffusion of responsibility. Diffusion of responsibility is pretty simple. It basically means that the more people you have in a room, the less accountability and ownership each person will feel for the outcome and for the decisions in the room. This is why big meetings suck. So, we see this every day. The meeting starts to meander. Nobody's really sure whose job it is to cut somebody off and sort of keep things on track. A whole bunch of decisions seem to get made. People walk out. Nothing happens because nobody's really clear who is responsible for doing what, right? So this is where meetings get kind of useless when they get real big. So how do you fix that?
Yep, so there are going to be, again, 3 key steps and things to think about in mitigating diffusion of responsibility. And I sincerely cannot stress enough how much active leadership matters as a board or meeting leader. Being able to really drive accountability in each individual board member starts with having accountability as a CEO. Come prepared to ask questions. Come prepared to drive different working sessions in your board meeting rather than using it as a session to educate your board as to what's going on at the company level. As Josh said, team size plays a critical role in diffusion of responsibility. As an example, if I asked an open-ended question to this group here today, I bet people would be fairly reticent to raise their hand. But if I asked just you 3 here in the front row that I've made eye contact with now, you probably feel a little bit more responsible for answering me and nodding along and paying attention to what's going on. And so a framework that we've used to help mitigate team size is the RACI framework. If you're unfamiliar with the nitty-gritty of RACI, I do suggest you look it up on your own time. But it's an amazing way to identify who is responsible, accountable, informed, and consulted in each decision and board that you decide to take. Oftentimes, responsible and accountable folks should be in the meeting, whereas consulted and informed people can be caught up with afterwards, and you don't need to have as big of a group as you may initially believe you need to have.
So limiting team size, one of the key things to avoiding diffusion of responsibility, as well as some of the things that Katie talked about. One of the biggest contributors to diffusion of responsibility in our experience is something called the Dunning-Kruger effect. So this is something that came from social psychology research. It has been replicated widely. Put simply, it means we are really, really bad at assessing our own competence at things. So people who actually have relatively low competence consistently tend to overestimate their own competence. And paradoxically, people who are competent tend to underestimate their own competence. So is this mostly like founders in the room? Who's a founder? OK. If you have boards and you've seen a VC droning on, talking to an experienced operator like a VP of engineering or a CRO or a CMO and giving them their view of how things should go, you have seen the Dunning-Kruger effect in action. And one of the things you need to do as the board chair or leader of that meeting is basically cut that right off and figure out how to get people going. Your job, a meeting will be better if you're soliciting the information from the people who are actually competent and very gently encouraging the people who don't know what they're talking about to maybe just keep it brief.
Yep, so how do you do that? As Josh said, as meeting leader, it is your utmost responsibility to control airtime and make sure that airtime is synonymous with experience. Yes, it's important to value experience. Yes, it's important to value inexperience. But if you're not aligning experience with talk time, then you're going to be left with somebody who is maybe incompetent, taking up the majority of your board time, which nobody wants, especially when companies are fast moving and board time is valuable. So how do you do this? Solicit all views. It is completely within your right as CEO or meeting leader to cut somebody off if they're talking for too long. We suggest using the Socratic method. It's a tool that's been used for thousands of years in teaching and redirecting conversation from people who might be a little strong-worded or long-tongued. And so by soliciting all views, by asking perhaps the quieter folks in the room with the subject matter expertise what their opinion is, you can respectfully redirect conversations away from the loudmouth VCs.
Closely related and sort of causal to the Dunning-Kruger effect is something called authority bias, which is our bias as humans to defer to authority. Now, again, like most of these things, it is adaptive in lots of parts of our lives. If you're flying a plane or you're doing brain surgery, you definitely want to defer to authority. However, when you're in a fast-growing tech startup and you're trying to disrupt the status quo and you're trying to bring in new ideas and upend conventional thinking, it can be really, really dangerous if you just defer to authority. Classic example here would be the 30-year veteran says something, they say red. It's really hard, they say this thing should be red. It's really hard, even if you believe deeply, for it to be blue, to speak up because you think surely this person knows more than I do. But that's where the good ideas come from. We sometimes call this the novice effect, right? It's the not knowing what you don't know is actually where those disruptive ideas can come from. And it takes a lot of guts to speak up when there's an authority figure present as well. So again, in your role as the leader of board meetings, this is a big thing, which is how do you create a safe space and encourage those people to speak up and to question authority? Katie's going to talk us through a couple ways to do that.
So as Josh was alluding to, you really need to create an environment at the board level where the culture is to question authority. It should not be a stacked hierarchy where the most experienced or authoritative figure sits at the top and everybody falls in line. It really should be a flat board or a flat meeting where everybody feels like they can add something without being reprimanded for wasting time or asking a stupid question. Two tools that you can utilize to help drive this questioning of authority is drilling into why, a framework called the 5 whys, and using devil's advocate. 5 whys, if you haven't heard of it, is this theory that basically says it takes 5 whys to go from a surface level comment to something with actual logical backing. Josh says something like, Katie, your company needs to cut sales and marketing by 30%. I can say to Josh, well, why? And 5 whys later, we're going to have a result. The result will either be the fact that Josh is right, and I have learned, or the result will be that Josh realizes his thinking is flawed, and perhaps he needs to revisit the exact, exact reason why he's making that comment.
One thing I'd add on that, by the way, it also plays an invaluable role in securing buy-in, right? So when you're having that conversation in front of a group, instead of just accepting comments from authority figures at face value, if you ask that person to really drill into the why and people understand it and it makes sense, you get everyone bought into the idea much more efficiently that way.
Absolutely. Second tool is devil's advocate. This one may be slightly self-explanatory, but the idea is if you have an authority figure and a natural counter to whatever that authority figure is trying to express in the meeting, appoint them to use their voice. For example, if Josh, the VC, is saying something about sales and marketing, Ask your sales or your marketing leader to play devil's advocate to Josh's point. It gives them a little bit of a layup in terms of if they're wrong, well, I was only playing devil's advocate. But at the same time, it also gives them the stage to bring up some really great points about the counter-argument.
Yeah, you see this a lot in military and intelligence operations, red team, blue team. It's like actively taking the other side. Okay, another one, and this one we all know, we tend to call it peer pressure in just sort of modern vernacular, it is really hard to go against a group. It feels really awkward to stand out. I was kind of thinking before this, like there's probably a decent number of parents of teenagers in this audience, or I'm 100% certain that everyone here was a teenager at some point. So you're familiar with peer pressure and conformity bias. Again, in nature, from evolution, this made sense, right? If you stick with the herd, you are safer. My partner, Emily Melton, was raised with this a great expression, the tall poppy gets cut, right? So don't sort of stand up and make yourself a target. Survival in general is easier if you stay with the group. Of course, you get exactly what you would expect, groupthink, conventional wisdom. And so it is really, really hard when you combine authority bias and these other things to express a contrary opinion. If someone says, what do we all think? And the first 9 people all vote one way, if you're that 10th person, it takes a lot of guts to say, no, I do not think that is right, especially if you might be the more junior or less experienced person in the room. But again, that's where the success comes from. Success in startups and in technology in general doesn't come from conventional thinking. That's the trap that big companies fall into. So it's absolutely critical that you understand conformity bias and can overcome that in your meetings.
So 3 tools that we suggest you take as meeting leader to combat conformity bias. First, set good norms. What we mean in this context is set the norm that independent or outlandish thinking is welcome on your board. The second point is to encourage debate. I think that there's plenty of boards that Josh and I are both involved with that we wish there was more debate. I think that the silly board meetings that we have are ones where we go in, everybody agrees, and then we leave. And then the next board meeting, everybody goes in, things sound the same. There is no change. Debate leads to change, and change is integral when fighting for a company to be prosperous in a market like today. So debate is a good thing. And then third, be sure that you're using cold calling as a technique to drive debate. If your best efforts to encourage people to speak up or speak out aren't working, you're well within your right to say, well, Josh, Katie just said something. Do you agree with her, or do you want to take a separate stance? And oftentimes, if Josh does have a separate stance, he will in fact take it.
Yeah, to the earlier point about diffusion of responsibility, that is an incredibly powerful tool, identifying the individual, not in the group. So, for example, if I was having a medical emergency, there's a high probability that everyone here would just sort of sit and go, ooh, that's unfortunate, but it must be somebody else's job. Jason's going to come running in and fix this surely. If this ever happens to you, by the way, you're in an airport, whatnot, you start having a heart attack, something like that, you point at somebody and you say, you help me, and it instantly cuts through and it gives that person permission to then take action. Okay, so we've talked about some of the things that are, I'd say, kind of peer pressure, not wanting to, go against a group, that kind of thing. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about some of the biases that lead us to make suboptimal decisions. So anchoring bias is actually a pretty broad term in psychology. It applies to all kinds of things. Those of you who have taken negotiating courses may be familiar with like anchoring and adjustment, which is like a classic technique for kind of getting what you want. Anchoring in this context refers to the fact that whatever piece of information is presented first has tremendous power, because our brains, again, I wouldn't say lazy, but trying to short circuit the process, tend to latch onto that piece of information and then view all subsequent information relative to that first piece of information. We were sort of joking before about you can use these techniques for good or for evil. This would be a good example of really be careful about the sequence in which you present information, both in the written materials, but also in the verbal commentary. Part of this, I can tell you as a VC, we're sitting in 50 plus board meetings a year. Board packs are long. It's not uncommon to have 100 pages of pre-read materials to go through. And very helpfully, it's a lot. Right? It's charts and numbers, and it's a huge effort to go through those. Very helpfully, most of the companies will have an executive summary, which is kind of the TLDR, here's the things you need to know. That's wildly helpful, except it also creates that anchoring bias, right? So whatever's presented in kind of the executive summary as the conclusions or the key pieces of data also tends to get over fixated on. So be careful what you're putting on that. If you're aware of this and you can incorporate it, be thoughtful about the sequencing of how you present.
Right, so a few key tools that you can use to combat anchoring bias. Again, this may be a little bit self-explanatory or innate in terms of the thought of anchoring bias, but it's very critical that the first step you take is to consider all of the data, not just the data that supports the anchor. Once you're able to consider every piece of information that is at all related to the decision that you're making, you're likely able to come up with a second or a third or a fourth option that has pieces of the anchor, or maybe even options that completely go against what the initial anchor was demonstrating as the initial correct answer. As you compare these alternatives, make sure that you take the time to delay your judgment. Nobody wants to make a split-second decision, especially when you're talking about company movers and drivers for that next stage of growth.
Cool. Another thing that can lead us astray is confirmation bias. Okay, so we are all busy, right? Part of the job is we have way too much to do, whether you're a founder or VC, really anybody. You got way too much to do, not enough time to do it. So we make snap decisions, right? We jump to conclusions quickly. And then we have a natural desire, or not desire, a natural tendency to then look for data that supports that existing conclusion, and then we tend to discount information that might indicate that actually that snap decision was incorrect. It's kind of a subconscious effect. Like, so you, being aware of it can definitely help, but it's really quite pervasive. You'll see this as people call it cherry picking data. If someone's making an argument and they're sort of picking the argument, the data that very specifically supports the case they're trying to make. One of the things, Parker Conrad from Rippling is one of the founders we've been very lucky to work with. I sat in his presentation yesterday talking about when he was pitching the idea of a compound startup, so sort of a new model of how to do a startup. It really challenged a lot of the conventional wisdom about how you built and structured a company. And talking to him about it in a lot of the early venture pitch meetings, it was like people's heads exploded because it wasn't how you did it, right? And so being able to help people understand, because they come with all kinds of arguments why this is not why you don't have like lots of little businesses effectively rolled into one business. Again, this is where the good ideas come from. When they challenge that conventional wisdom, think outside the boxes. So if you're aware of confirmation bias, there's a number of techniques you can use that will then help both you and other people on the board who might be falling into that, avoid that trap.
Right, so the first thing that you as the board leader need to be aware of with confirmation bias is really checking yourself before you check others. Make sure that you're recognizing your own biases. What do you believe to be true versus what do you know to be true? Seek evidence that supports your beliefs, but also seek evidence that supports the opposite of your beliefs. What type of data is out there that renders your initial confirmation bias incorrect? Second to that is make sure you're questioning others. Seek evidence that perhaps calls other people out for the confirmation biases that they hold. And third, be sure that you're thinking critically and constantly in that growth mindset of learning. Back to the earlier point of diffusion of responsibility and making sure that the right people are in the meeting, as you're picking your board members and team members, make sure that they have this as an innate quality, the ability to grow, growth mindset. We have a quote here at Threshold that we use internally, which is strong convictions, loosely held. And while that's perhaps teachable, it's a lot easier to find people that just naturally are pounding the table with the ability to step back and check themselves when the time is right.
Yeah, it's a great point. I mean, you have to have a point of view, right? You have to, sometimes you just have to make a decision, you got to go with it. The worst is being kind of the, analysis paralysis, so there's a limit to how much information you can seek. But you always want to be able to revisit that in the face of new data and learnings as you go. All right, so we're going to shift gears again a little bit. We've kind of talked about sort of the group dynamics and why people either may not feel free speaking up, or maybe why they shouldn't be speaking up or being quiet. We've talked a little about kind of the things that can mess up our decision making. Let's also talk about some of the things that can be really destructive to the spirit of a board and working together as a team. My absolute favorite is hindsight bias. So hindsight bias is our tendency to look backwards at events and not remember, and believe that things that are unknowable were in fact knowable, because we have the information now. And so there's actually a biological basis for this. As our brains store memory, we actually have multiple storage systems. We have sort of like RAM and hard drives, basically. So we have short-term memory and long-term memory. As that translation happens, the brain, by necessity, effectively cuts things down. But what it results in is we are just crap, and I mean crap, at remembering what we actually knew at the time. This is where writing things down can be so useful. I'm very much like an email kind of notes, memos guy. And when I go back and read those, I'm sometimes astounded at the tricks that my brain plays on me. At Threshold, part of the way that we do our carry is we set aside, most of it is team-based, we set aside a part of it for merit, for people who actually created the value. And when you go back and you do the retrospective deep dive, basically, on like emails and stuff, it's absolutely fascinating how your brain can play tricks with you on that. One of the reasons this one can be so destructive is that left unchecked, it can be an absolute killer. Because you will start to fall into the blame game. You will say, it was so obvious. I can't believe they made that decision. How could they have done that? It was so obvious. Well, it wasn't obvious, is the reality. And you kind of go, actually, sort of, I've seen this go both ways. Some people are very quick to blame others, and some people are very quick to blame themselves. I was on a board once where the VC, I always said, was a sadist, and the founder happened to be kind of a masochist. And when a sadist and a masochist get together, it's just kind of uncomfortable for everybody, especially in a boardroom. In any case, hindsight bias, if you let it go unchecked, truly leads to madness. The reality is, startups are not about playing it safe. It's about making big, bold decisions. Hopefully, more of those are going to prove correct than incorrect, but there's going to be a lot that are incorrect. And if you start having hindsight bias and allow that to start slipping into blame, specifically blame of people, you're going to create a culture that becomes risk averse, where people do not want to try bold things and put their neck on the line because they're worried that they're going to be criticized, in this case, criticized unjustly. The past is the past. We were sort of joking, like, you can put aside sort of esoteric space-time theories about whether the past is really the past, but let's just stipulate, the past is the past, it can't be changed. So dwelling on it is kind of useless, with the exception if you're coming at it from one of two perspectives. The first would be, how do we make better decisions in the future? So we made a bad decision. What led us to make that bad decision? And even better would be focusing on processes, not people. So what about our processes led us to make this decision that we could improve for the future? Katie is going to give us some additional thoughts on that.
Yeah, so summarizing a lot of what Josh said, intellectual honesty is the key for combating hindsight bias. If you remember historical events incorrectly, then it's going to be very difficult for you to accurately post-mortem things when they go wrong. As Josh suggested, keeping some sort of living doc or journal that you can reference back in time is very helpful in understanding your process, as Josh said, over the people or the results that ensued. Second, unknown unknowns versus known unknowns are very critical to get right. You can get frustrated with somebody for not taking care of a known unknown, like, how will the customer react to this product change? Or is this really a good market to go into? But it's very unfair to give somebody credit or to blame somebody for an unknown unknown. Like your chief of product who suggested going into live events in 2019, had no clue that a global pandemic was going to ensue and render that live event platform completely useless in person. And really drilling this home here, process over results, process over people. If you run a process that you're very proud of and works for you, then the results are very much likely to follow. But if you're living and dying on your results every quarter and have no clue the process behind what's getting you there, you should probably revisit that.
And Kate makes a great point. It tends to be most frustrating when it results in blame, especially unfair blame being lobbed at people. But it's also true on the success side. Sometimes people just get straight up lucky, and it's important to recognize that too. Did they really follow a strong process? Did they really make a good decision with the facts that they had, or did they just get lucky? Doesn't take anything. It'd still rather take a good decision in success, but understanding the difference makes a huge difference in the future replicability. All right, one of my other absolute favorite ones from psychology, you see this all the time in companies and in boardrooms. Are there any basketball fans out here? Any Miami fans? How did Miami do in game 2? Oh, good. Okay, interesting. And Denver fans? Anybody? No Nuggets? Okay.
I can be a Denver fan.
You'll be there. Okay. So if you want externalization of blame, walk around. You have actually a very, very good answer. There's the old expression that victory has 1,000 parents, defeat is an orphan. As humans, we love to win. We hate to lose. And it's uncomfortable for us to lose. And so what do? We tend to shift the blame external to ourselves, right? So we put it into the other. So the most common language, when you ask people about sports teams and how they did, it would be, we won, they lost, right? That we, they framing. It's a very subtle effect, but if you listen for it, you will hear it everywhere. And I can tell you, if you make an effort to shift your language, you'll be amazed at the effects that it has. When I say it's one of my favorite biases, it's partially because it's so universally prevalent. I mean, if you really listen for it, you will just see people shifting blame outside of themselves constantly. It's also my least favorite in some ways because I would say it's almost the definition of some of the most horrible, toxic people that I've ever worked with, and I'm sure that we've all experienced these folks, are the ones who just, it's never their fault, it's always somebody else. Those are the people that you need to get out of your company stat, because they are just absolutely toxic and horrible. I will stipulate, there are times when in fact you do need to blame a person. Sometimes someone is grossly incompetent or negligent and in their duties. Those are times when, in fact, you say, yes, this was your fault, and I'm going to hold you accountable for it. But at least I've been doing this 20 years in venture, another 5 as an operator. Prior to that, in my experience, 95% of the time, failures are not the result of people, they're the result of broken processes. Externalization of blame, bad thing, but also easily fixable.
It is. And so the first tidbit that I want to give you, excuse me, as advice here is just try it. Shift your mindset from a we and they to just a we or an our. As we said earlier, boards are groups of people, and groups of people operate best when they are on teams. You all want to be on the same team, and real leaders acknowledge this. So the strongest public board CEOs and board chair people use this idea of ownership and responsibility and understanding that things that happen within the company aren't just the responsibility of the specific stakeholders that may have made the decision, but the process which the board leader or chair should be in charge of. So just play around with it, see what you find. Second, be sure that you're solutions-oriented instead of problems-oriented. Nobody likes a problem identifier that doesn't have any solutions for it. We all have that person. Where do you want to go to dinner? I don't know, you pick. That's not helpful. We have a problem. We can't figure out where we're going to dinner. Suggest a solution. Be solutions-oriented. And last, we really can't stress this enough, but people and change is very difficult to mitigate. Change management is an entire topic for a reason. And so change your process, evaluate your process, look at your process, blame your process before you start blaming people and looking to change your management.
And you can really role model this yourself as leaders, and it will then spread and set the culture to the rest of the organization. So one of the things that I try to take pains to do is the most successful investment in Threshold's history I take pride in telling everyone who will listen to me that I thought it was the stupidest idea at the time. I was wildly against the investment. It put more money in my personal pocket than anything else that we've done. But I wanted the intellectual honesty of saying, but I voted against it at the time. I would vote against it now. It sets a tone, right? And so take blame onto yourself, project credit outwards. Don't be the person that is always blaming other people. Okay, another big one, loss aversion. People may be familiar with this, but the gist of loss aversion, and this is something that's been very extensively confirmed over and over again in studies. We as humans suffer roughly twice the negative emotions of losing something than we gain the positive emotions of gaining the exact same thing in reverse, right? So losing, let's say, $100,000 versus making $100,000, losing the $100,000 is so much more painful for us. So what does this do? It makes us cautious. It makes us not want to take risks. This is a problem because if you think about it, loss aversion is kind of the thing that makes startups and disruption possible. I mean, step back for a moment and say, how is it that tiny companies that are a year old, 2 years old, that have a dozen people, that have relatively minute resources, end up taking on global giants and winning? How do you beat Google or Apple or Microsoft? They have literally infinite resources for all intents and purposes. They have incredibly smart people. In the old days, maybe you'd say, well, the people were not so bright. That is not the case anymore at your typical mega tech company. So how is it that even when they see the threat coming, these companies still get outflanked by more nimble startups? Well, it comes from loss aversion. So this was beautifully documented in the book, The Innovator's Dilemma by Clayton Christensen. I'm sure some very large fraction of you read it. If you haven't, you should. It's a little dated, but the concepts are still extremely true. It talks about why big companies basically can't get out of their own way and sort of disrupt themselves. Most people in our lives, we might be gamblers at the margins, but at our core, once we have something, we're hardwired to not want to give it up. So losing something that we already have sucks. For startups, it's kind of like you can't lose what you never had, right? You're 12 people sitting in a little office, and it feels like, well, we don't really have that much to begin with, so let's go for it. And so as you get bigger, and as you, something that's changed in venture, when I got into the venture business, once you got to about 50 million in revenue, you were going public. It's probably 10x that now, right? So we have, in the threshold portfolio, we have about 50 companies. We have half a dozen that are multiple hundreds of millions in revenue. That was an unfathomable idea when I got into venture 20 years ago. And you can see this effect starting to creep in, because as you get bigger and as you have real value and as you have lots of stakeholders and interests, and you feel like, gosh, I've already achieved these things and I've won these things, into the conversation starts to creep, let's change the world, but let's not blow it, right? And you have to be really, really careful about that. So how do you fight loss aversion?
Whoops.
Oops.
Yep. 3 key steps in fighting loss aversion. Again, these can be slightly obvious, but important to remember. Number 1, expected value thinking. Be sure you take the expected value of the loss, whether it be the actual loss or the potential loss, and apply different probabilities to the real likelihood that that outcome is going to happen. Oftentimes, you're far too hard on yourself and weighting the negative probabilities far too high and the positive upsides far too low. And then think about the actual versus potential cost of those losses. There's certainly a cost of action. For example, your competitor lowered their prices 30%. Oh no, if we lower our prices 30%, our ACVs are going to go down, and that is going to drag on our revenue. But there's a cost of inaction as well. The only thing worse than having decreasing ACV is having no ACV. What if all of your customers churn and go to that competitor because you didn't keep up with the market? It's very important that you keep a long-term focus here and understand that what you are doing is hard. Have grace with yourself. Be proud of what you are doing. And each little decision that you make is going to accumulate to one big, beautiful thing in the long term if you're able to not fall trapped to loss aversion that is really that fear that creeps in our heads every night.
Yep. All right, so we could go on and on. There's things like fundamental attribution error, another one of my favorites, but again, they limited us on the time, probably for a good thing. So let us kind of try and wrap up. If we could leave you with one concept, it's just like any team, boards are people. They're all made up of people. They tend to be actually really good people. They're smart, they're well-intentioned, they're coming together sincerely to try and solve very complex, challenging problems. And as humans, we have these brains that are absolutely amazing. Evolution has built these like incredible supercomputers in our heads that have also developed pathways that allow us to use them incredibly efficiently. And we can sleepwalk through so much of our lives by using these heuristics and shortcuts. But those same gifts also can lead to some really destructive and counterproductive behaviors. In our experience, working with so many great companies, one of the things that we found is just being aware of these biases, understanding that they exist, acknowledging they exist, talking about them, can make a huge difference. The we versus they language, for example. I've asked people on my team, if you hear me saying they lost or they made this bad decision or they blew their quarter, smack me. So we hope that some of these are useful for you.
Yeah, key takeaways, we hope they're useful. Thank you so much for spending your Wednesday morning with us. If you want to discuss this at length any further, we're extraordinarily passionate, I hope that came through today, about this topic. You can find me, Katie, at threshold.vc, Josh at threshold.vc. I think we might have time for 1 or 2 questions, but thank you for your time.
Yep.
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I have a question. If you have a very small boardroom and you don't have a shareholders agreement which acquires a certain amount of board meetings a year, what is a good frequency of having that board meeting? If the board meeting is that small, of like 3 people, should it be monthly? Should it be quarterly?
I think it's really stage dependent on how big a company is. In general, I'd say the earlier the company, I would vote for shorter, more frequent meetings. So the board meeting might be an hour or an hour and a half. And then as you become a much larger company, let's say a public company, they might be quarterly and they might take a full day. Like most public company meetings take a full day. So I think it really varies. I also think you can have different cadences of alternating. So a lot of early stage companies will do like a TikTok where one meeting is focused on product, one is on go-to-market. I think it's very dangerous if the board meetings just become readouts retrospectively on what happened. So you're just going like, well, how come gross margin went from here to here? What's much more interesting is what's going to happen.
Yeah, that's only interesting if you have smart capital on your board meeting. But if you don't have those, if you don't have smart capital, then what's the point of doing a monthly board meeting?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, honestly, if the board meeting is not, you're finding it not useful, that's a great conversation to have with the board members and the investors and say, look, I'm just not finding this useful. Like, maybe there's some chance you offend them. It's much more likely that you make it better. And someone will say, okay, well, how can we make it useful for you?
Okay. Thank you for the confirmation.
Yeah.
Alrighty, I think that we are over time. So if you want to ask another question, we will stand right here.
We'll hang over here. And then again,
15.
email us, call us. We're always happy to talk. And highly recommend looking into some of these things. It makes a huge difference. Thanks,
you.
everybody.
Please welcome AlbionVC's partner, talent and platform, Jane Reddin.
I've got the best job in the world. Over the last 25 years, I've helped hundreds of founders build their leadership teams. The things I've seen, good, bad, ugly. What a privilege it's been. I've loved every minute of it. So before we get into this, and we're quite a select group today, so we can really have some fun together, and I promise it won't be too testing, but I'd love to ask you a couple of questions. Who is currently or has been responsible for hiring here? Yes, amazing, you're my people. Who has made a bad hire? You're not alone, me too. Keep your hand up, or put your hand up again if, hand on heart, or perhaps not on your heart right now, in the air, if this is true. Do you think you could genuinely have spotted it during the hiring process? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for being vulnerable with me. It's true, right? The hiring process really matters. My friend, can I ask you a question? And I think you need a microphone. What would you say, Nad, is the worst question to ask at interview?
I mean, I think it's very personal, but for me, it's brain teasers.
Brain teasers, yeah. Why are they so annoying or bad?
If you're testing like for the personality, etc., then you can ask a lot of like personal questions or motivation, etc. And if you want to test for the actual job you're doing, brain teaser for me is a bit like, I don't know, it's like a little bit in between. Yeah, it's a bit old school, to be honest. Very old school back.
You heard it here, old school. Yeah, you're right. Now, Nad and I, we did have a chat before, and actually she got the question right. The question that I think is the worst question to ask at interview is, tell me about yourself. Why is it so bad? Well, it's a bit like that cheap Prosecco moment on Love Island, right? Where it's, you know, you're general, like the candidate, you could say anything. How do I even know what I'm looking for if I ask that question? And then what have I got to use as my hiring filter? Really the only thing I've got is my own bias. If you saw this image, or if you look at this image, you might think that this is a story about shoes, which is another one of my favorite topics. And actually, I was wearing high heels when I was being interviewed for a head of talent role in a startup. So I was meeting the CEO, the founder, and of the 45 minutes, for the first 20 minutes of that 45-minute session, I sat in his reception, in my heels, on my best garb, trainers in my bag, computer in my bag, thinking, oh, I'm on it. And 20 minutes later, he marches past me. This is a true story, by the way. This absolutely happened. He marches past me, beckons for me to follow, straight out of the revolving doors onto the 6-lane highway outside Old Street. Does everyone know it? That really wide road. Life in my own hands. I'm flailing behind him, thinking, my gosh, this is awful. Into a coffee shop, because oftentimes in an interview in a startup, we're saying, you know, just have coffee. So off he goes. We sit down on a straw bale. By this time, I'm a mess. 8 minutes later, he gets me a cup of coffee and he sits down, and with the 8 minutes he's got left, guess what question he asked? Tell me about himself. Tell me about yourself. Well, as a candidate experience, it was awful. How am I going to show him what I'm really good at? And for him, the only thing that he's got to work with for his hiring decision is his own bias and luck. And we all know that luck is never a great strategy for building or for long-term performance. What is a great strategy for building long-term performance is building the capability to hire well. As many of you are in the room today, I'm sure, on a trajectory towards unicorn status, you will be doing it a lot. Aravina, the search firm, says that in the first 5 years after product launch, the average unicorn hires 16.5, 16 or 17 then, rather than half a person, leaders. So you're going to be doing it every year, 3 to 4 times at least. VCs love it too. If you can show me empirically that you can hire the right team to achieve your growth strategy, you're much more likely to be invested in, especially at follow-on. Here's the sobering reality, though. It's an imperfect science. The GH Smart Institute says that the probability, the maximum probability for achieving a successful hire is 0.7. Now, as I said at the beginning, I'm a bit of a framework nerd, and I've been on a quest to find this perfect solution. And I will confess that after I understood that it is this imperfect science, that we're going to get it wrong some of the time, I started to sleep a bit easier. So over the last 25 years, I've paid attention, and I love to try and recognize patterns and aggregate to things which give us a clue as to how to replicate, frameworks in other words, how to replicate and do it the same again. And what I noticed with those that master the craft of hiring versus those that don't is that they bring the right mindset. So these 6 things are a bit like the recipe that's going to give you the capability that's going to help you learn how to master this craft of hiring well. And at its core, it enables you to cultivate clarity, objectivity, and alignment before you set off on a hiring mission. So I was walking my dog on Saturday morning. Beautiful day, up in the hills near my house. And I was listening to the podcast with Stephen Bartlett and Mo Gauda. Have you seen that one where they talk about the existential threat to humanity caused by AI? If you haven't, yeah, give me a nod. Anybody? Yes, you've seen it. Good. You listened to it. It's really brilliant. If you haven't listened to it, I can definitely recommend it. And my goodness me, is it powerful. I had to have a little sit down. And I was thinking about this complex software that you're building in your companies. And I felt a bit humble, actually, for a minute, because I was thinking about the time that we would spend together today and about the messages that I really want to land. And if you remember nothing else from this keynote, there's 2 things that I would love you to remember. And both of them are, well, human. And the first thing is this. Most early stage teams that I start to work with are using one tool for hiring, and that's the job spec. Actually, to go from good to great at hiring, you need to use 2. The job spec is externally facing. It's for your candidates. And we call it a hiring playbook. And this is our internally facing tool that aligns your hiring team. And everybody that comes into our portfolio has access to this tool, and to me, and to us in our team. And I'm going to share the methodology with you today. And I'm actually, because you're here in the room, going to share the tool with you as well. But you don't have to use our tool. In fact, you don't have to use any tool. But what I'd love you to remember is this. If you write down, in a very human way, what success looks like in the hire, what great performance is, and how you'll know when you see it, before you set off on a hiring mission, it will transform both the process and the outcome. It's the discipline of essentializing to what matters most, which actually matters most. So, as that slide says, we've been practicing with a manual tool, we've been using it with all of our companies, and it works across every hire, every function. We've realized that there are 2 adaptations which are necessary, one in sales and one for board hires. And can you remind me at the end? When I've shown it to you and it'll make more sense, I'll remind you what those adaptations are. But it works across every function and for every level. And recently, we've digitized the tool. Or I should say, we're on a journey to digitize the tool. We're at beta right now, and that's what you'll get access to at the end of this keynote. As part of our journey then to digitize this tool, we profiled our customers to try and understand their needs. Now Ben, super nice guy, not interested at all in the tool, wouldn't take my call. We realized with Ben that we needed to do something different first. Amaya's really important. She's a really important customer of this tool because she needs the specificity, she needs the accuracy of the instructions to know what she's got to go and look for to do what she really wants to do, which is to make a great hire as smoothly and as efficiently as possible. Charlie looks a bit serious there, but he did take my call, and he did engage. He nodded, and he smiled politely, and he might have even had a go at completing the tool. Fantastic. Doesn't really get it, though. Didn't necessarily see the value without the thing that we realized we needed to do with him, which is to give him some guidance and some education. And then he turned into the hero of our story, Hannah. Hannah's super engaged, super smart, highly organized. She takes the instructions, she uses the tool, she embeds it in her team, and she makes it her own. So let's meet Hannah. Now, Hannah is going to talk for about a minute, and she's going to describe the challenges that she's facing after Series A. So do listen and tell me afterwards whether some of the challenges that she's facing resonate with you.
Our people are our most important asset, and hiring the best talent is one of the most critical factors for long-term growth. We're scaling fast and I need to evolve as a founder. Hiring the right team around me will make all the difference. But there are times when I don't quite know how to describe what great looks like, especially for senior hires. How do I make myself clearly understood? We've got to get the best candidates into our net. Why are we not attracting enough of them when we are building something which has massive impact in the world? We need our whole team to become excellent at hiring. I want us to be organized and go fast. Interviewing candidates who are never going to be right is a total waste of everyone's time. Top talent costs a lot, and we don't have the time or resources to get it wrong. We've made bad hires, even when they get paid twice my salary. We've also lost candidates to competitors. It's still a fierce market and the skills we need to bring in are scarce. So, how can we be more certain that we will make the right decisions and make a great hire first time?
Everybody, okay. I'm going to switch to the... Oh, is that better? Okay, phew. Was that like that all the way? Was I just... I went, okay, shouting, okay. Very good. Thank goodness. Okay, back on track. With Hannah in our minds, then, we built a tool which embeds this hiring framework. And the hiring framework will enable you and me and anybody, and Hannah, anybody who's hiring, to deliver the hiring mindset. So it's a 6-step process. And as opposed to your job spec, which usually starts with the company, this starts here in that top left corner, which is to articulate what great performance in the role looks like. Now, we are continuing, in fact, to have a bit of AI fun ourselves. And so, as a guide, an avatar in the tool, it's embedded in the tool, we want to introduce you now to GI Jane. She's going to tell you a bit more about the framework.
Hey there, I am GI Jane, and I'm delighted to be your guide as you prepare to make your next game changer hire. When you are ready, join me and I'll walk you through each of the 6 steps of the playbook framework. You'll get clarity on what great performance in the role looks like, what your ideal candidate profile is, and together, we'll build a scorecard so you can make an objective hiring decision fast. Your hiring team will know exactly what to do to engage and hire the very best talent for your company. For now, enjoy SaaStr, and I'll see you in the AlbionVC hiring playbook.
So Hannah spent some time with GI Jane, and she tried the tool, and she completed it, and with that toolkit in her back pocket, she sets off into the wild, and she starts making hires. And guess what? It really starts to work.
It's transformational to have a tool that helps me get clarity, and then share a well-articulated plan with everyone involved, right at the start. I love that the framework helps me organize my thoughts easily and quickly, as well as collaborate with the hiring team. This helps me trust and empower others to make good decisions on their own. The tool makes it easy for us all to remember what's most important. This keeps our own biases at bay. We're always time-stretched, and being able to speed up the interview process is powerful. Working with a recruiter is much more productive, quicker, and more enjoyable because they understand exactly what we are looking for. We know we can't get everything, so having a methodology to weigh up the trade-offs and take an objective decision is amazing. This tool is genuinely game-changing.
So she's got the tool in her back pocket, and I'd love for you to have it in yours too. So I thought before I share it with you, I thought we'd unpack it together with a role that is quite a tricky one. You may have already tried to hire or have hired a VP product. And if you're the CEO of a scaling company, you definitely will hire a VP product at some point. And if you find it difficult, you're not alone. Me too. It's a really hard hire to get right. That's really, really essential. So, are you up for this? Shall we walk it through, and I'll give you a clue as to what some good answers in themes, fairly general, but in themes, and I'll show you how the tool works, what questions are asked, so that even if you don't download it, you can still get some benefit. Sound good? Yes, brilliant. Okay, so the first question that you get asked is, what is the role primarily there to deliver? In fact, you get 4 questions that will ask you about great performance in the role. And these answers are pithy. They're for your internal team, they're not for the candidates. And really what you're getting to is the essential things, the things that matter most. So for each of the questions, 3 to 5 things maximum. If you've got, a laundry list of 25, you've got too many. And so you might have something like this. These are very general because I don't know the stage of your business. It gives you a clue as to whether they'll spend time thinking or doing deep in the trenches. It gives them a clue, once you've decided which candidate to engage, about what they're going to be spending their time doing. It gives them a clue, and you a clue, and it sets up for success with you and that candidate what their backstop accountabilities are. What should be keeping them up at night? It helps you to understand the level. It helps you understand the stage. It helps you understand and get clear on what they need to scale from A to B, if you like. So what is the phase of growth that's most useful, and what do they need to be responsible for? Another way to think about it is to imagine that the full life cycle of their role represents 100%. And what are those buckets of activity? How do they spend their time in percentage terms? So you might end up with something like that. And you can see from this role that this person's going to spend quite a lot of time close to the product roadmap. They're going to be spending a lot of time integrating with other teams. And they're going to be spending time really building their own team. To answer this question best, imagine that we're talking in a year. And I say, hey, you've hired your VP product. And you say, Jane, fantastic hire. I say, OK, amazing. Why? What have they done? What have they achieved? If you write that down now, you've got a much greater chance of assessing for that correctly, setting them up correctly. And indeed, if you talk about this with the candidate, if they don't want to do it, they'll select out of the process. That's actually a really good thing. Saves a lot of pain, a lot of time in the future. It might also mean that if you're the CEO and you've been worried about product, that you might be getting a bit more sleep. OK, second section. Oftentimes, when I see this written down, so what has the candidate, this is the candidate profile, what has the candidate achieved before, is often written as tenure. So you might write down, or you might think about writing down, OK, so they've spent 10 years doing this, and then 5 years doing that. And if they've done that, they're going to know how to do the role. And the reality is that they could have been utterly rubbish for the whole 10 years that they did that job. So it's a really poor filter. Think instead about what their successful track record is. So what can they prove to you using evidence that they've successfully achieved? Get as specific as you can here on the scaling journey that you're on. So they need to have scaled X customers to Y customers. They need to have gone from A revenue to B revenue. What can they show you that they've got a track record of actually achieving rather than time spent? OK, so here's the power moment in this tool. The scorecard. And in order to explain that, I'm going to ask you, this is going to be really difficult now with a microphone. OK, you're going to work with me, everybody. I would absolutely love you to imagine that you are holding a beach ball in front of you. Imaginary beach ball, you know those old-fashioned beach balls that you blow up. So everybody, put it in front of you. Hold it up, put it in front of you. I'm going to do this one-handed. And if you pull the beach ball towards you, so it's really close to your eyes, you can see one color, right? What's your color? Red. Love that. Mine's orange. What's yours? Oh my gosh, okay, we're on red. Okay, let's change it to red. So if you're looking at this beach ball so close to it that you can only see the red color, you might think that the whole ball is red. And normally, when we start out recruiting, that's what we do. We look at that one single stripe, which is usually the CV, and we measure the candidate on that one single segment, that one dimension. But actually, if you, and thank you everybody for joining in, if you pull it away from you, that beach ball, and you turn it around, you can see that it's got multiple colors. It's got a red stripe, an orange stripe, a blue stripe, a green stripe. And it's that multi-dimensionality, looking at your candidates from different lenses, different colors of your beach ball. And in our scorecard methodology, we've got 4 or 5 different stripes, different segments. And that gives you a much greater chance of predicting success in the role, of seeing the candidate holistically for everything that they can bring to the party. So with those 5 stripes in mind, then, or segments, that turn into columns on your scorecard, the first thing you'll do, you basically get 2 columns to articulate, can they do the role? And the first column is where you pass that track record into the scorecard. And then the second column's really interesting. It asks you to articulate role strengths. So what's the how? How have they done what they've done? How will they behave contextually, depending on the level and the stage and the function they're in? And in this tool, to make it easier for you, we've created a pick list so you can go there and you just pick the competencies that you think are most relevant. The hardest bit is actually selecting the top 3 to 5, because you only get 5 slots. This is a really interesting hack for introducing more diverse candidates into your talent pipeline. Because if you were to downplay the track record in favor of role strengths, you might find that other candidates that perhaps haven't done exactly what you need them to do, but demonstrate that they could, given the opportunity, you'll get that diversity of your talent pool, and you'll be able to find great talent in unusual places. Second section of your scorecard. Can they thrive in our team? And really what you're looking for here is culture add. So articulating your values as behaviors into your scorecard is a great thing to do. It's also massively valuable in a startup, which is, by the way, as you know, a very hot kitchen that lots of people can't stand the heat of, even though they might say that they want to. You want them to have growth mindset. So a few years ago, these are some of the 5. A few years ago, these are the top 5 for this particular VP product hire. And they back into a rubric, a paradigm that I came up with a few years ago when I realized that we were introducing candidates who'd got the track record and that fitted in the culture. They had great values fit. But then when they got to the startup, they then don't get things done. They don't perform. And I realized that there was something else that we needed to assess for. So I went on a quest, and I built a hypo model that we then tested over 5 years, backed into 15,000 data markers. And it's this. It's growth mindset operationalized. This is the edge that you can test for in an interview or via a case study. And if you pick any one of these 12 competencies, you are more likely to hire those who can perform well in your the environment that is your startup. That's high pace, that's high change, that's relentless risk. All 12 work, and in your scorecard you can select the top 3 to 5 that matter most to you, your company, right, or your team right now for the next 12 months or so. Together then, on aggregate, you end up with 15 to 20 competencies. That's it. It's like your dance floor that you can use to assess candidates. And in so doing, you've increased diversity, if you want to. You're hiring for culture add by looking at values. You're hiring for startup edge, that X factor that's going to predict performance, high performance. And then the fourth theme, if you like, is really important too. Because what your candidate, should you hire them, does for your company is as important as what you as a company do for the candidate. So predicting and aligning to their personal motivations helps them stay with it, frankly. They're really motivated. You're aligning to their drivers. They'll stick with it when things get tough. Final flourish. Once you've got your 15 to 20 things, weight your scorecard to the top 6 to 8. This is like the little garnish on top of the meal, but it matters. It reduces bias. It keeps bias at bay when you are in real life or on screen interviewing your candidates. So Hannah, back to our hero. She's gone out into the wild. She's made some amazing hires. The scorecard methodology, the hiring playbook, is embedded as a core capability in the team. Along the way, she learns some leadership wisdom too.
I've realized that hiring is both a science and an art. I wouldn't have thought that I would say this, but going slow and preparing well is the key to running fast as a team when hiring for growth. The scorecard, in particular, gives me an anchor so that I get the science bit right. I've learnt that I still need to trust my intuition. Sometimes I get it wrong, but I can't imagine starting a hire without the hiring playbook. Before, it was like looking for a jewel in a pitch-black room. This tool has turned the light on. Ultimately, the hiring playbook has helped me to tune into the skill of deep listening. When I genuinely listen to candidates, to understand, then I see them clearly, for everything they can truly bring to a role. This is when the real magic happens and we make the best hires.
This is the second thing that I'd love you to remember. Hiring well is about listening well. Deep, attentive listening to hear and to understand. And for Hannah and for me and for you, it means leaving our egos at the door. Only then can you and Hannah hire and lead with clarity, objectivity, and alignment. So here it is. If you would like, we're at beta stage, and we're a VC. So go easy on us, because we're doing this on a shoestring. But if you would like to have access to our beta version of our digital hiring playbook tool, I'd love you to be involved. I'd love your feedback. I'd love to learn with you. I'd love you to use it and get value from it.
So you can either click on the QR code. If that, for some reason that doesn't work, then you can also go to our website where you'll find there, we're using that URL, so if you take a picture and you'll find it there, you just drop us your name and your email and we'll send you a seat on our beta. SaaStr, you've been awesome. Thank you all for listening. Okay, so we have got 9 minutes and 25 seconds for questions. If anybody's got any, and we can, I don't know, share the mic, or if you want to go to the... Hey.
Hi.
Hi.
First of all, thank you for the excellent presentation.
Thank you.
When we do interviews, oftentimes it's hard to grasp some of the qualities and skills that you mentioned, especially the soft ones. You know, you put like high IQ, but with rapport and other type of skills we should identify.
Yeah.
How do you suggest, do you have concrete tips to identify that, maybe body language or something like that? Because when you try to hire a leader, sometimes it doesn't come easy to find out the reality of those skills in a 30 minutes interview.
Yeah. No, that's an amazing question. I think I could talk about that entire question for about 2 days non-stop. But to try and distill it into a couple of tips that might be useful, here's a couple for you. So, think of your questions. So I'm going to give you some really practical tools. Is that useful? Yeah. So the first thing is to try and think about, with specificity, like what is the competency and what are the behaviors? And then ask questions about those behaviors. Quite often if I go straight to the competency, it's too much of a leap. But if I ask questions about, okay, well, when those behaviors, then I get some real sort of juicy answers. And if you ask your questions in pairs, the person who's answering is less able to fudge it. How would you do that? Well, I call that the power of the probe. Promise it's not rude. It's a question technique. What you do is you ask the question first, which is as specific as you can, and then you follow on with another question. And that second question could be something like, why is that? Tell me more. And what else? So AWE, that's my personal favorite. Because it's in the and what else that you usually get to the really juicy stuff. And then if you listen, you like really listen to everything that you're getting. You get this rich palette. You're absolutely right. You get body language, you get what they say, you get how they say it. You get a ton of information if you're not thinking about your response to it, but rather to understand. So that's one. Another tip is to actually assess them in different scenarios. I'm a massive fan of a case study or some sort of simulated exercise. So in a 5-stage process, at least one of them is some sort of simulated exercise. And when you do that simulated exercise, you want one person to be in the room, like doing it with them, or 2 people even participating, and then a couple of other people. My favorite is to observe. And sometimes you can do that behind a screen. You know, we have just there, I'm just like a computer screen, but I'm watching. Yeah. I'll stop there, I think. Or unless you, yeah. What do you think about that? You're nodding. Have you tried some of that? Yeah. Is that useful? Case study. Yeah, do you? Yeah, good. Yeah, there. The power of great questions. I always prepare my questions before, and I use a lot of them. So I answer a question with a question. Always go first. So it's really tempting to sell your company before you get into the candidate. But if you tell them that they're going to have time at the end, then what happens is they, you say, look, I'm going to go first. Go on this wandering walk with me. I promise you're going to get time at the end. And then during that 40 minutes that you're asking them questions, or half an hour, whatever the length of time is, you're working out how much you want to sell to them. You can dial it up or dial it down depending on what you understand or what you learn in that half an hour session. Any other questions? I can keep going for hours on the subject of interviewing well, as you can probably tell. Yeah.
Jane, I'm curious about your thoughts on reference checks and reference calls.
Yeah.
If you see them as a useful tool or more of a formality, and how you approach those.
Yeah, great question. Yeah, great question. Thank you. Okay, so I'm a big fan of references. Different types of references serve different purposes. Nominated references are always going to be positive. So you can imagine that they're sugar-coated. They're still useful, though, because and actually, we've got a question bank that we can I'm looking at on my team member. We can publish, and you'll find, I've written about this on LinkedIn, but if you ask a certain number of questions or specific questions, you can accelerate your ability to work with the individual. Let's assume that the referees are going to say good things, but they can also tell you things like, well, what do you wish you'd known about this person when you first started to work with them? What would I potentially do, hopefully we won't do this, but what would I potentially do to step over the line of their value set? Like, what would really annoy them? Better not swear on camera. What would I do, to really get under their skin? And it gives you a sense of their own sort of triggers and their own pressure points. Back-channel references are also really useful, in my view. Back-channel references done earlier on in the process will genuinely give you that thumbs up, thumbs down. So a nominated references is never going to really, you don't use them to work out whether, unless you get something which is, it's a flag. Oh, and if you do actually, in the nominated reference, get something which is a bit meh, pay attention. Because you can magnify that times, compound 10x to get to the actual truth. But a back-channel reference will tell you in a more blunt way whether they're actually, worth their salt, whether they're a good candidate, or whether there are some skeletons in the cupboard that you really want to know about early on in the process. Don't tell the candidate that you're doing the back-channel reference. We don't. Yeah. Useful? Okay, cool. I've got time for one more. Yes, amazing. Thank you.
It's on that same topic around referencing, back channeling. How do you do that?
How do you do it?
Yes, like if you don't have an...
Yeah.
Operationally, you want to find...
How you do it.
You've got no network who's connected to the person. Can you do anything, or...?
Yeah, it's really... actually, that's true. Because sometimes, if you've got like a graduate that you're hiring and they don't have lots of experience, you don't really have much to go on. And so, you have to be pragmatic in that situation. Yeah, you're absolutely right. LinkedIn is your friend, obviously, but you want to be careful that they don't see. I love that, that 6 degrees of separation. So if you think about, okay, so, have I got a buddy who might know somebody who's a buddy who works at the company? But you're absolutely right. They need to be, you need to take care, because if somebody's currently in a role and you go unwittingly asking their boss or what your mate Joe thinks of them, then you've really, put them in a sticky situation. So yeah, you're absolutely right. Take care. Take care with that process. Think about the the unintended consequences of that. We definitely, sort of try and shake the network, and we ask people to be honest, and we ask people to take this, to treat this with care. But definitely for younger talent, it is not as easy. And so nominated references become the only way. We still recommend it for nominated references, but we say, look, if we've done a thorough and a rigorous hiring process with a hiring scorecard, then we're going to have a good chance of making a good assessment, an objective assessment. And then we're going to use the nominated references to help us get an accelerated way of working well with that individual. Yeah, no, it's great. It's a great counter. Thank you. Oh, I think I'm over. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for listening. Have a great day.
T, 1, T.
Please welcome Salesforce Ventures Managing Director, Nowi Kallen.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for being here. Thanks to SaaStr for inviting me on stage to talk about a topic that is, truly a passion of mine and the firm that I'm at. Salesforce Ventures is B2B SaaS and B2B FinTech, multi-stage VC firm, global operations. I myself, managing director, based here in London. We have a team of 5 investors here and a team of 20 investors worldwide. Yeah, great to be here. It's also a bit of a trip down memory lane, to be honest. This venue used to host like warehouse parties, so way back when, like 10 years ago, I used to come here. Different vibe today, very focused on SaaS, more serious topic. Yeah, let's get into it. Topic of today is, as you heard, is moving up market and scaling in the current macro environment, nailing the enterprise sale, essentially. We have backed a lot of companies that have been on this journey, and in order to provide sort of key learnings and lessons, we talked to a lot of the go-to-market leaders at these companies to provide good advice. As I said, it's a topic that's near and dear to our heart. We also know that it might not suit every single business, so there's no one-size-fits-all. So please keep that in mind as we go through the content here. Let's frame it. There we go. Let's frame this going up market. We think of it as like 3 key areas to consider as you think about your journey, your growth journey. It's about the why, the when, and the warning. Starting with the why. Think about this. If you want to sustain your growth rate for years to come, you're going to have to be able to address various customer segments. The enterprise generally comes with larger contracts that make it easier for you to sustain that growth strategy. It is also, as you scale your business, and talking to investors is like, what's your next plan? What's your biggest vision? And this is something that you can hit on in terms of how big my business can become. 2 is financial profile. I watched a SaaStr talk last year where Frederic Arrest, co-founder of Okta, mentioned that enterprise sales is kind of like all that we're focused on. Why? Enterprise sales get you dollars, get you the NDR, the net revenue retention opportunity to scale these contracts, get you customer testimonials, get you credibility in the market, hence it becomes a flywheel, essentially. With that, you can establish category leadership, and there will be a halo effect. So if you're number 1 or number 2 in your software vertical, that's super powerful because everyone will actually know your brand. The when. It is, in a lot of conversations with founders, comes up, when should we actually try to go up market? We started out, product-led growth, maybe focused on SMBs. Now, when do we go? And one thing that for Gong has worked really well is figuring out, is this pain point actually relevant for enterprises? Do customer or prospect interviews figure out whether that pain point that you're solving also exists within the enterprise segment, and then you'll see that you're getting pulled up market. That is a really good approach, especially in the current macro environment, where it is harder to gain attention and to push your company into a segment that might not even experience the same pain points. You have to consider about when you're ready to move from founder-led sales to sales-led sales or E-led sales. Do you feel like you have the infrastructure and have the ability to get there, or do you still feel like I need to be as close to the sales that I'm doing as possible in order to make it successful? And then product readiness. It is very different within the enterprise what customers are looking for. And some of the features that you've built might not be directly applicable to that segment. They'll also have way more requirements, and we'll go into that later. The warning, it's all about patience. It won't be a straight line. It's going to be a journey where you will experience failure. You will lose out on deals. You might ask yourself the question, is this actually going to take off? Keep that in mind, and keep in mind that in the end, enterprise logos get you dollars. If you have a product that resonates with them, you will be able to scale your business for much and much longer. And then beware of the software valley of death. What that essentially means, if you're not familiar with the term, is you're scaling your enterprise sales organization. You're hiring a lot of expensive people and hopefully talented people. But if your ACVs or ASPs are not on the same trend, the same trajectory of scaling, you will end up with poor customer economics, and your business model will eventually fall flat. That's what you need to watch out for. Therefore, you have to keep iterating, and you won't get there. It's not a 0 to 1. There will be a lot of learnings on the way, and you'll have to iterate. So we talked to a lot of go-to-market leaders of some companies that have been on product-led growth journey, or started out in mid-market and then decided, hey, enterprise is where the opportunity is. And so all the learnings and the journeys that they've been on that we're going to talk about are from companies like Gong, Miro, Monday, Okta, and Wiz. Some of which, like the leaders, we consider to be sort of the best in the industry, part of the best of the industry. Challenge number one that came up in these interviews is there is a tension between self-serve, product-led growth, and enterprise. Product-led growth, you're often giving away as much product away for free, and then you are starting to think about how can I upsell, how can I get companies to actually adopt the enterprise plan. And as you're starting out, a lot of customers might be like, hey, why is this relevant for me? It's working fine, right? Also, you have to think about your pricing, which is typically very different for the enterprise. I'll go through a couple of examples. But what it's really about, if you want to nail this, it's about showing and delivering business value up front. What does that mean? You're typically talking to a technical champion as you start out, as you're generating leads and generating prospects and move along the pipeline. Often the technical champions or the teams that you interface with directly are not the eventual decision makers, especially not when we're talking about larger contracts. So you have to think about making it strategic to the C-suite. You start out with kind of like the VP layer of the team that is directly involved in the buying decision. But pretty soon you have to figure out how to scope out the other stakeholders in the business and create their buy-in. Now, the C-suite, it's not all the same persons, right? It will depend on your product. But if you think about, for example, if the CEO is relevant, a CEO cares about 4 things: growth, innovation, risk, and cost. If your product touches, 1 or 2 of these 4 factors, make sure that you position your product in that way. Leads me on to the second point. Business value assessments. That's kind of like, talk to any salesperson and they say, I actually don't like it. They may hate it. It's like, we're not talking about like the glorified ROI calculators that have all the shiny numbers, right? This is more about a strategic piece where you find the elements that resonate with a customer, both with the technical champion as well as the other stakeholders involved, about why or how a purchasing decision can be justified. It is really about showing that you understand what the customer is looking for, and internally, as you're talking to AEs about specific opportunities, and they've gone through these business value assessments early on, and they iterate on it, they can actually demonstrate that they're in control of the account, that they know exactly where a deal stands, and if they're going to close it or not. Then enterprise needs, or addressing enterprise needs. This can be both a blocker and an enabler. A blocker in the sense that when you don't have certain capabilities, or let's take security as an example, SOC 2 compliance, it is a blocker. You cannot actually sell to this enterprise. Knowing this, because we obviously also interact with the Salesforce side, this is where we see some of our portfolio companies fail. You have to start investing in these capabilities early on. Secondly, it can be an enabler. I'll share an anecdote from Monday.com. They had a customer, large enterprise software company, already as an account. I think they had about 400 seats, yet they couldn't convince them to move from their pro package to the enterprise package. Why was that? The only real differentiation in terms of product was, at the time, SSO, so single sign-on. That was not enough to convince the leadership at the customer to move on to the enterprise agreement and sign a larger contract, etc. The argument they made is, well, actually, the fact that you have 400 seats right now, yet you cannot tell what is going on, what data they are sharing between them or potentially exposing publicly, is an issue. You need visibility, you need role-based access controls, and better governance. And with that argument, they were able to close the deal and get them on the enterprise plan. So it can be really a really powerful factor here. Challenge number 2, focusing your enterprise sales organization. A lot of companies start out now with product-led growth, kind of like the freemium approach, and then start monetizing, which is great. It's quite transactional, and again, you give away a lot of the product in order to keep the user engaged. Now, when you start investing in enterprise sales, what do you actually do? How do you figure out which accounts and which leads to go after and spend time, like a high-touch motion? It starts at the top. When we were talking to Miro, it was the CEO that actually made the culture shift happen and said, if we want to actually land and expand these bigger contracts, we're going to have a high-touch motion such that we know exactly what customers are looking for and that they have the visibility in terms of the opportunity for use case expansion. That then enabled the broader organization, cross-functionally, to work better together. So you have product working with sales in order to make them understand what features are needed. You have marketing chime in on how to better position the product to larger customers. Then it's about matching sales capacity to your organically generated or PLG generated accounts. The funnel is really wide, and you have to decide which accounts to go after. I'll share a couple of anecdotes based on sort of different parts of the funnel. One is around when to actually go after certain accounts that are already on your platform, that are using credit cards in order to buy their seats. Monday found that in order to focus their sales reps, they had to set certain ACV thresholds, at which point they were allowed to go after an account. What that meant was, instead of closing a sale really quickly, but actually figuring out hey, was this a true enterprise sale, or was this customer already kind of bought in? They set these thresholds, and they saw an immediate improvement in ASPs, 10% month over month. As they grew bigger and bigger, they moved the thresholds up and up again in order to get the sales reps to have more ambitious targets in terms of ACVs. Then secondly, on product qualified leads or product-led sales, mirror example is really looking at the data. What is happening in the accounts? Are we seeing more people adopt? Are we seeing more use cases? Are we seeing usage across teams? And how are the daily active users, monthly active users developing? Looking at the data and then figuring out this is an account that I'm going after is really powerful and has worked wonders for them. Lastly, on the actual sale, a learning from Colin Jones when he was at Duo was actually, I am going to look at which verticals are buying my solution. I'm then going to figure out why it's working for them. Say, for example, healthcare in a specific region. I'm going to create playbooks, and with that, I'm going to look for more accounts, do more pipeline generation, and try and close these deals faster. So really focus, narrow down the verticals that are working, and expand from there. Some Gong research here, and it goes back to the point I made about scoping and engaging all the stakeholders. What they saw is when they were leaning into deals and involving more buyers, they saw deal sizes triple versus having a couple of contacts. What does that mean? If you look on the right, the number of buyers involved in a deal, that won't be just the team that's buying it. In their case, often the sales team. No, it's also about the broader organization involving, if it's relevant, the marketing team, the finance organization, etc. This is how you get to the 100Ks of ACVs. Challenge number 3. Enterprise sales cannot be successful, does not live in a silo. They're very complex, they're very demanding, they can be slow moving. Colin Jones at Wiz, CRO at Wiz, when he's been on this journey several times, and he found that he was, his previous company, piloting this enterprise sale. He was the only AE that was going to focus on that. And he noticed, like, enterprise sales, everything is different. All of a sudden, I find myself having to talk about SLAs, dreaded security questionnaires, legal requirements, red lines, technical requirements. You're not going to be able to solve that on your own within enterprise sales. You're going to have dedicated resources across the entire organization, so something that looks a little bit more like this, where you actually can call on your legal team to look at these red lines, to work with you in order to get a deal across the finish line. Then as you think about setting up the various stages of your enterprise sales motion, you probably start out with hiring an amazing VP sales, one AE. You find yourself a little bit on an island, right? Kind of like what I described right now. Call it Hustle Island. Pretty quickly, you're going to have to move to what you can call more of like an assembly line. You have your AEs that take care of the land. You have your SDRs. You have your expansion team or account managers and customer success. With that, you have to figure out if you get the incentives right. So one learning, both in our portfolio and some of the anecdotal evidence, is land teams can often be incentivized purely on the land, and that leads to relatively lower quality of revenue. So actually, your gross retention will be negatively impacted. Net retention as well. One way of going around that is, sure, focus on the land, but also have them be responsible for the expansion in 6-12 months' time, such that they have the right incentives in order to create success down the line and land better customers. Similarly, with expand, you have to think about the right incentive schemes in order to drive your NDR. There are various ways, and probably is a little bit too much detail. One thing I'll mention is this is not like, this is very simplified. Again, you're going to iterate over time as you go along. In talking to the various leaders, they've also experimented with, for example, moving back land and expand into one team, such that they're responsible for both these types of motions. And figure out like, hey, are you seeing results? If not, then move on and make changes. Typically for the assembly line, like you're gonna wanna see some results within the first 6 to 9 months. And if you're not seeing that, then obviously you have to adapt. Later on, I think the specialized is typically when you're starting to land like, several hundreds of thousands of dollars in terms of ASPs. And it's then when you have to really figure out like what makes sense in terms of my geos, in terms of my segmentation by segment, et cetera. And then also figure out, again, the rest of the organization, product and marketing. Number 4, marketing to the enterprise. I think this is really interesting in terms of how you can think about a change in the positioning. What you often find in terms of the buyer messaging and brand positioning is when you're a scrappy startup, early stage startup, being very focused on functional attributes. And later on, you have to think about sort of how can I get people warmed up to actually buy my solution and like use my platform versus like, specific features. Secondly is around processes and KPIs. It really comes down to how do I drive my marketing to be focused on outcomes and outcomes that are relevant to the company, often directly related to dollars. Here's an example of Gong's branding. I think when we initially invested in like what it looks like right now. Initially, it was very focused on the functional attributes. Get better or get call notes from your sales conversations. Close deals faster. Coach your sales rep better, right? Very cheerful kind of like messaging and image. If you look now, the story has changed quite a bit. It's much more about storytelling in a strategic way. Turn customer interactions into deal insights. They mention make critical revenue decisions powered by the best AI, and so on and so forth. They also mention engage the CFO to improve win rates by 46%, tying back to engaging the various stakeholders, and we'll talk more about that in a little bit. You have to show that you understand the problem that the organizations, the larger organizations are trying to solve. Comes with trust, comes with an ecosystem, comes with customer testimonials, et cetera. A really different story. Lesson number 2 is marketing success is informed by your sales success, by the outcomes, which is directly related to your revenue. Ryan Carlson, when he started out at Okta as the head of product marketing and later on CMO, was very focused on creating a culture within his marketing team to be involved in sales. So working with the sales team, and he kept in mind that if I can influence the win rate, the ASP, and the length of the sales cycle, those are my key metrics. That's my North Star. How to measure that? You have to look at specific metrics like, the example shown here of like how many of the opportunities that marketing sourced were won and closed. How long did it take them? How many sales qualified opportunities am I generating and responsible for? He also was very focused on having his product marketing team involved in the sales cycle, meaning that they would often interact with the AEs on like, hey, this messaging is actually resonating versus this messaging is not resonating. And then they would also, if they were involved in a deal, helping out on the deal, celebrate the wins. I think that's that cultural point is a really big thing in order to be able to drive long-term success. Last one, selling in today's macro environment. Talking to our portfolio companies, everyone says the message we're getting back from prospects is it's all about tool rationalization and budget cuts. We need to somehow adapt to that. Also, my sales cycles are getting longer, and I often find that my deals are getting stuck somewhere, but I don't know exactly why or how. If you then hear Snowflake talk about the CFO being in the business in their recent earnings call, that's exactly what's happening. They also mentioned this does not happen frequently. It is usually not for a long period of time, but it is the current macro that's where you see the CFO being involved in purchasing decisions. Instead of your technical champion, as before, who was able to basically get buy-in and get through the contracting pretty easily, you now have CFOs potentially killing off deals, completely changing deals, and that negatively impacts your sales cycle. I talked about the business value assessments before, and this is where you can really help your technical champion in terms of collaborating with them to make sure that they feel like they are convinced and can justify the purchasing decision, can talk to the CFO, the finance org, the broader set of stakeholders in order to get a deal done. So there's real value in this. The other thing I'll mention is playing the long game. Two things that came up in our conversations. One, you have to get creative. Wiz finds that they are getting creative in terms of getting deals done because they are getting pushback from the finance organization. It is about getting the land in, and maybe it's a significantly smaller deal than you had in mind before, and that you thought you had buy-in from the technical champion. It's still worth landing and then thinking about the longer-term opportunity in terms of the expansion. The other thing is true-ups. This is one that came up with almost every company. It borrows from the PLG motion of giving away product for free, try before you buy, and then when it comes to renewal time, if you're seeing that the customer is using more than what is in the contract, you can true up, and that's actually a much easier decision for the customer to make because they can actually point to the data. It's like, hey, this is actually what we're using, there's value in this, and get the sign off from the CFO. So, to wrap up, brace yourself. Again, number one, patience is going to take longer than you would like. Probably cost a bit more. Two is embrace and commit. It starts at the top and then commit resources. Three is get organized, getting your entire organization organized, and iterate, because you'll have a lot of learnings on the journey, and there's no one-size-fits-all. So you take those into account and you adapt. Thank you for your time. I hope this was useful, and I hope you got value out of it. We have a mic here in the front for people that would like to ask questions.
Yeah, as an investor, would you care more about, let's say we sign just 5 but really big, well-known enterprise customers, which generate much less revenue than, let's say, mid-market clients? So should we focus on acquiring mid-market customers as a startup or getting these top logo customers?
There is value in landing well-known logos, right? For various reasons. One I mentioned is around customer testimonials and potential expansion opportunity. Now, there's one more factor in terms of what you need to consider is, great, if you want to land those 5 enterprise customers, what does your sales cycle actually look like, right? The moment that it goes beyond, I don't know, again, it depends, more than 6 months, you're probably better off focusing on your mid-market segment, right? That you can actually show, hey, here's revenue that I booked, then rather than spending a lot of time, long slog on the enterprise customers.
So would you recommend, let's say, for like seed stage startups to focus more on mid-market and let's say go to enterprise when you raise Series A and you have enough capital?
Generally, what we're seeing and what I think works well is focus on mid-market, gain the learnings there, and then over time, again, the journey, right? Move into the enterprise segment because you will be able to, you'll find shorter sales cycles, less complexity generally. Your organization is probably I don't know how many people, but smaller, right? Can you actually cope with those demands? So definitely post-Series A. There are some exceptions where a company actually is fully focused on the enterprise and very successful. Wiz is one example, actually, because they felt the opportunity is here, and we have a product that actually that is immediately relevant to enterprises.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask about the sales reps KPIs. So a lot of the talks that we've been to have been saying don't judge them quarterly, rather shorten that, judge them monthly, let's say. And Jason Lemkins wrote an interesting article about that. So if the sales cycle is longer, how then do you manage the sales reps? How do you set their KPIs? Yeah,
it's a great question. And I've seen that come up in a couple other conversations as well. So for a lot of startups, you want to look at sort of how my monthly quota and delivering on those quota is taking place. Why is that? Essentially, it's the ASPs that you probably have in your business, right? It's a relatively fast sales cycle. It's relatively small ACVs. But the moment you're starting to talk about serious money, and it depends a little bit on the vertical, but say definitely north of 50K, often north of 100, if not more, then your sales cycle will be spanning more than 3 months. And that's where the quarterly really comes in. Generally, our advice to companies, especially at early stages, yes, focus on the monthly, but the moment the ACVs go up, look at the quarterly. And if that then is the case, then the quarterly becomes leading, but you still look at the linearity over the months in terms of hey, what are you actually doing at the start of the quarter, such that you don't have to all of a sudden make up everything in the last month of the quarter. Does that help?
It does. I'm just trying to work out then if the best strategy is to split up the sales team between those that focus on the shorter deal cycle so you can manage them monthly, and then have certain reps that are longer deal cycle and then they're quarterly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And then you have to really focus on the opportunities that are on, I guess, the high velocity sales, right? Don't end up in enterprise sales.
That's what I'm worrying about.
Exactly.
We'll just start to push them out. But cool, thanks.
Exactly.
Hi there, this question might be quite tactical. We launched our enterprise sales lotion about 18 months ago. Mm-hmm. It's gone incredibly well for us to the point where 90% of our revenue is now coming from enterprise.
Congrats.
We have a team built around the mid-market, and now that makes up 10% of our revenue. How do you sort of motivate the mid-market team? How do you keep them going when almost what they're doing is paled into insignificance? Or it could seem that way, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know how big your business is, so 10% could be very
about
small.
12 million, so.
Okay, yeah. I think you have to go back actually one step and think about, is your product actually more relevant to enterprise? And also, how do you define mid-market versus enterprise, right? If that it is indeed the case that you're not seeing the growth or the demand in mid-market, it might actually be worthwhile considering just shifting all your resources to the enterprise, right? It could obviously also come down to the actual performance of the specific sales reps. That's what you need to figure out. But I think the initial point is the most important. Figuring out, hey, is our opportunity and our fit better for enterprise segment? And then go from there.
But then if we were to do that, if we went from, we had about 400 logos 18 months ago, we now have about 300 logos, but we have these sort of 10 massive organizations. How do you look at risk when you're changing your business to go from we're 500 mid-market logos to we're 20 enterprise
Right.
organizations?
So essentially revenue concentration, right? Yeah. From the investor angle, that's definitely a risk that everyone will look at. Now, one way to potentially get around it or figure out is, okay, those 20, 25 logos that you have in enterprise, how many of those other logos are in the industry? Have you scoped that out? What's the opportunity here? And really start owning in on that. Because to me, it's also a sign of like, hey, for these customers, it's relevant. Now, within their verticals, there will be a lot more logos. Let's go after them. So think about that pipeline generation.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from folks? Also happy to have a conversation right after this talk. Let's do that. Yeah, I'll hang around for a little bit, and yeah, happy to chat more. Thanks so much.
Please welcome Creandum's partner, Peter Specht.
Hello. I hope you get a quick, good break. Very excited to be here today and talk about a topic that is, close to my heart when thinking about companies and portfolio companies raising, but also when speaking to a lot of founders in the market that are looking at these times and asking themselves, what does it actually take to raise money right now in this, uncertain market environment that we currently have? And I wanted to take a look at it from a more data-driven perspective and actually show a few of the very real-time data insights into the market of very recent rounds that happened, of current VC expectations, and show you a bit of numbers around it. So we're gonna look at what has happened actually in the last 12 months. Why we are having this odd conversation of like raising money in 2023? Isn't it the same as like 2022 or 21? And unfortunately, many of you know it's not. But let's have a look at what actually happened in the last 12 months. We then look closer into the state of the fundraising market as of right now, into the topic of growth versus burn, and a few best practices for fundraising. And at the end, of course, there are going to be some key takeaways and time for questions. We have a mic up here in the front where at the end for Q&A, I invite everyone to ask any outstanding questions and come forward. So yeah, markets have changed. And 2021 really felt a little bit like the meme here on the left, where I've actually seen these situations where rounds happen within 24 hours, term sheets literally more or less get thrown at companies like take my money, sign now, and like fast processes, little due diligence, and it felt towards certain rounds and companies to really take the money. And when you look at the same thing in like 2023, it feels a little bit more like here on the right side. It's like, a round's happening. Maybe we chat later. It's a bit more like less of things are happening. People are more afraid to do stuff, and it's just a bit more awkward and quiet in the fundraising market from time to time now. But what does this mean in numbers? If you look at year-over-year numbers, total capital raised fell 80% in Q1 this year versus Q1 in 2022. So this data is US data. And so you can really see how the market built up until Q4 2021, which was the peak of the fundraising market, with almost $63 billion of cash raised. And it fell then to around $43 billion raised in Q1 2022. And now this Q1 in 2023 in the US, it was around 10 billion raised, which is a steep drop off of 80% in total capital. And if we look at the volume behind it and divide it across different stages, you can actually see a few different trends. So in seed, actually the volume is relatively solid. It's still on a high level. It of course dropped a little bit, but relatively healthy and a good level. So the very early stage remains relatively active. If we look at Series A, there's a steep drop actually already, and much fewer rounds happened, more than half less. And then looking at now in 2023, the Series B rounds that are happening, it's like the lowest number across the seed A and B stage, and the steepest drop. And there's a few reasons for that. And one of the reasons, or the first reason, is investors currently struggle with price finding for these rounds. So there's no new normal or price set yet, like what are Series Bs currently priced on? And that uncertainty creates a little bit of fear among investors to overpay. Like, am I overpaying for this round? What's going to be paid in the next round? Like, will there be up rounds? Like, will they be able to raise the next rounds? And finding that sort of like right clearing price is currently still something that is still happening in the market. A second reason for this is that many of the companies actually raised on very high valuations in 2022 or late 2021. So the bar to grow into these valuations and do your Series B is still a high one. And so many companies still hold back. And that's also the reason why that's the third reason, like many companies are holding back because they want to grow into their valuation, and they raised probably a bunch of money in early 22 or late 2021 and still have runway from that. And everyone tells them, try to raise later if you can, build out more ARR. And that's also a reason why simply less companies are currently going out to the market in Series B, because they're holding back, trying to accumulate ARR and try to raise later when hopefully the market is at a better state for them and where ARR levels for them are higher. So that was the past 12 months. What is if you look at the market today? And if we look at Q1 data in the US, the good news for the audience here at the SaaS conference at SaaStr is SaaS is among the industries with the highest valuations. So if you look at the chart here, where you have on the y-axis the median amount of cash raised, and the x-axis you have the median pre-money valuation and the number of rounds happened, SaaS as a vertical is on the higher side of valuations that we see in the market. This has, one of the reasons for this is that SaaS is one of the relatively attractive business models with high margins and recurring revenue, which is in particularly valued highly in this market. But also what I think is interesting when looking at this chart is that some of the really trendy areas still break out from this, like renewable energy with the whole wave of electrification going on, and the renewable energy trend in particular in Europe with the macroeconomic development right now really breaks out also from the stats here and raises at even higher valuations. If we look at the development of valuations over the past 3 years, I think one thing when looking at this chart here becomes very clear, where you have, again, pre-money valuation on the y-axis, and then you have on the x-axis the time, is that the lines of seed and Series A actually have been relatively stable. I mean, it dropped a little bit, but not crazy. And then the lines of Series B dropped steeply. So a Series B in Q4 2021 was around 160 million as a median, and is now happening at 90 million. The Series A is currently on a median happening at 40 million, and the seed round currently at 13 million. But the interesting aspect actually is when looking at this chart, as valuations actually have just gotten back to the levels they were in 2020. So many times, we're discussing and people asking like, why are valuations dropping? Why are they so low? I think actually the right way to frame it is what happened in 2021. Like, why was it so high back then? Because if you look at it from a longer time horizon, we just got back to the level which we have been for many years before. And this here shows this even more in sort of like a relative perspective, where you have the change, the percentage change on the y-axis, and then the time again on the x-axis, where early stage rounds have been less impacted, and late stage rounds, in particular B, C, D, have seen the steepest drop. And as you can see here, Series D rounds had a drop of around 60% in valuation over the past 12 months. But this is kind of like old news, looking at what has happened a year ago looking back historically. So what we did at Creandum in May was we said, let's try to get our understanding of the current market. You know, there are much fewer data points around right now of rounds happening. And so let's really like keep our ears open, see all, like compare multiples the companies raised on. And we surveyed with a good amount of tier 1 VCs what is rounds they have seen, rounds that happened in their portfolio, and what are their current expectations for valuation and growth and multiples when you know, companies come to them to raise money. And so this was done 3 weeks ago, and so it's tried to be a very real-time look into the market. So let's look at that chart here. This chart shows basically the rounds that have happened over the past weeks and months, and that have been mostly flagged by top funds or have raised by very good investors. And so on the y-axis again, you have pre-money valuation, and on the x-axis this time, it's ARR that they raised on. And there are a few interesting takeaways and insights from this slide. So one is, if you look at the highest bubbles up there, all the outlier rounds that raised on very high valuation have been AI rounds. So at the moment, there is a sort of AI plays in a different sphere. The hypergrowth AI companies currently play in a different sphere and don't adhere that much to the laws of gravita that we see for part of the rest of the market. Of course, these are only outliers. These are few selected companies, but we still see some of them. And you can see here, no revenue yet, AI company raising on 200 million pre, or a company in like less than 1 million ARR raising above 300 million pre in AI. It's like very large hyped rounds, very early on, steep bets, but we still sort of like see some of these, let's say 2021 style rounds happening, but they're mostly focused on the category of AI at this point. Another interesting aspect here is if we look at the different rounds. So for seed rounds, we see that currently seed rounds either happen with hardly any revenue, like pre-seed rounds and larger pre-seed rounds, or we see late seed rounds happening. So you see a little bit of the gap in seed, where most of it is either like no revenue or like close to 1 million in revenue. So a lot of late seed rounds or a lot of pre-seed rounds. So either backing sort of like vision or backing sort of like backing seed rounds with traction. And the other aspect which is interesting here is Series A rounds. Series A rounds typically used to be, so what is the typical number you had in mind for a Series A round? 2 million. I would say probably that's the right number today. I would say 24 months ago, the most common number would have been 1 million ARR. You get to 1 million ARR, you can raise Series A. That has been a bit of the gold standard sometimes. And now you're right, it moves even more towards 2 million. And if we look at the rounds that have happened here, being done by very good funds, is between 2.5 million ARR and 4 million ARR. So you can see investors have, the rounds that actually happened in the current environment have tended to be later Series A in the terms of like, investors favoring companies that have, more to prove. You get sort of like more ARR for the money invested and these kind of things. And here there's actually two brackets if you look into the bubble charts there. There's the one bracket which lies around a roughly 50 million ARR mark, 50 million valuation mark. So companies with like 2.5, 3 million ARR, 3.5 million ARR raising at around 50 million. And then you have the line around 80 million in ARR roughly, with the same amount of revenue. And I'll get to that of like why companies maybe raise at 80 with the same ARR and why they might raise at 50, and it often has to do with the speed of growth that the companies have at that point in time. And then the last bucket here is Series B rounds and some late Series A rounds. And these are, I would say, pretty distributed. You know, the couple of rounds that happened there, it hasn't been a clear pattern yet of what is the exact price and like what is the exact multiple that they have been happening on. And it's pretty distributed between, you know, stuff happening at 80, 90 million pre up to stuff happening at 180 or 200 million pre. So the takeaways here is really, most seed rounds are either pre-revenue or late seeds at the moment. A or extension rounds are more mature and have around more than 2.5 million in revenue. B rounds start at 5 million ARR with a tendency towards more. And then selective AI deals, the outliers, still play on 2021 levels, typically if they show very high growth. And they raise then can raise on something like 100x ARR if it's like a very, you know, sought after and competitive process. And then the bar is high. So when talking to investors about these rounds that happened and what we saw in the market, actually most of the rounds that happened have been more towards 3 to 5x in growth. So like more high growth companies are the rounds that actually happened. So looking into the average multiples we saw in these rounds that you also saw on the chart and more. So at Series A, the average has been around 25x of the rounds that happened in the past months. And the median there is around 21x. So anything 21 to 25x is where sort of like the average or median lies. And of course there's a range. The range has been between 15 and 40x. For Series B, there was less of a clear pattern. So it was harder to pull a median, but the average was around 24x. So slightly lower than Series A, but not much significant. And then they have the third bucket of, you know, the AI or hypergrowth rounds. And if I say hypergrowth rounds, those have been partly companies that have been growing, for example, from like 1 to 5 million ARR within a couple of months. So like very, very fast growth. And they've been raising at, you know, anything 40 to 100x multiples, or sometimes even pre-revenue with like very high valuation as we saw. So now we asked investors like what type of revenue level do we actually expect at seed, Series A, and B? And for seed round, now the case is like many VCs currently expect some revenue. Almost half expect more than 250K. So roughly 40% said they expect 250 to 500K. 8% said they want to see more than 500K, so 500K to $1 million as a minimum. And then roughly the other half is fine with less than 250K in ARR at seed. For Series A, the majority wants to see a minimum of 1 million ARR. And when asked, like, what's the minimum level of ARR that they want to see at Series A, 67% of the people say they want to see between 1 and 2.5 million of revenue. 20% of people are fine with, you know, 500K to $1 million. 13% want to see more than 2.5 million. And when talking anecdotally to some VCs more, and also some of the discussions that we have internally, I think there's, in the market, what we see is a trend towards more ARR. And 2 million ARR is a bit more the preference these days, rather than the 1 million ARR. So in that sense, more is better. And that really changed here, because if we would have shown that slide in 2021, probably the majority would have said, we're fine with 500K to 1 million, because that's where we saw a lot of the A rounds happening at like 700K, 800K, 900K ARR, like anywhere close to $1 million. Looking at Series B, the majority looks for 5 million in ARR. So around close to 60% answered of we want to see 5 to 10 million minimum ARR when we look at Series B rounds. And roughly a third are fine with 2.5 to 5 million ARR. And then there's a small percentage that even wants to go, above 10%. And I think the interesting bucket here of 5 to 10 million ARR is clear. That's mostly labeled as a Series B. The bucket of 2.5 to 5 million ARR is where we also have seen frequently stuff also gets labeled as Series A extension or Series B. I think that's a bit interchangeable these days. But those rounds are mostly between the 15 to 20 million in size. And this one I think is a particularly interesting one. So here in the slide we see the current expectations of VCs for a healthy ARR multiple at Series A and Series B. So when you ask them hey, what do you think is a healthy multiple at Series A? What would you like to see? And here the answer is between Series A it's roughly 20 to 30x. So 70% of the people fall into that range. The bucket actually with the largest share of answers, 40%, is 25 to 30x. And we ask people here to assume 1.5 million in ARR for a Series A, which means for a 25 to 30x, a 37.5 million pre-money, up to 45 million in pre-money. And then roughly 30% are fine to go higher than that. For example, 20% said they're fine to pay 30 to 35x or see that as healthy, which would be a 45 to 52 million pre-money for a company that does 1.5 million in ARR. If you go to the right-hand side here of the slide, this is Series B, and here we assume 6 million ARR for a Series B. And there the picture is slightly more concentrated, where most of the people think that 15 to 20x is a healthy multiple, for that stage. You can see it goes down by stage, and also the distribution is less, and more people sort of say that this is sort of the right amount. It's 55% that go for it. There is, a small percentage that says it should be even less, and roughly 30% that say it should be even more. So 18% say it's 20 to 25x, which would be 120 to 150 million in pre-money, and 80% say 25 to 30x, which would be 150 to 180 million in pre-money. But the majority lies, of 55%, lies around 90 to 120 million as healthy pre-money for a 6 million ARR SaaS company. So what defines if you are in the lower multiples or in the higher multiples? And of course, as a founder, everyone wants to be in the higher multiples. And as VCs, we also try to help our portfolio companies to raise great rounds and discuss this a lot. But in the lower multiple buckets, let's say in a range of 15 to 25, you would rather end up at the 15x multiple range if you are growing, let's say, 2 to 3x. So solid, good growth, but not hyper growth, not very fast growth. That has an impact on your multiple, and you rather end up at the lower range of sort of the ranges you just saw. The other aspect is margins, where if you are below the classical software margins, this also typically gives a discount on your multiples. And then the third aspect is round dynamics. So if a round is less competitive, if there's no tier 1 term sheet, then it's likely that you also end up at the lower range of the multiples. Subsequently, you end up on the higher end of the multiples if you're growing fast. From what we see, this is growing more, around 4x or more. And then, of course, if rounds are competitive with multiple term sheets on the table, and actually it's important to have tier 1 term sheets among the mix, so this drives really competitiveness of round typically. And then you have a very good chance to end up at the higher range of some of the multiples there. The caveat is, of course, if the base of the ARR is very low, the multiple is, of course, higher. As if the denominator is very small, like 1 million ARR, it's just a high number coming out of it. So for it to be more comparable, typically, I think the multiple comparisons work well from like 1.5 million, 2 million ARR upwards. When the base is much lower than that, then multiples are simply just very high because the denominator is so small in the calculation. So let's look at the interplay of growth and burn. What do people expect for growth? And here the picture is more mixed. The good news is, I would say it probably used to be 3x throughout the bank, like 1 or 2 years ago, like you have to grow more than 3x. And you can now see is, for founders, growth expectations have gone slightly down. So right now at Series A, it starts between like 2.5 to 3x as the minimum growth expectation. And then at Series B, it starts at 2 to 2.5x as the minimum growth expectation. And if you look at it, the picture is like, at Series A, 47% want to see minimum 2.5 to 3x, 40% want to see 3 to 4x in growth, and 13% would love to see minimum 4x of growth to get excited right now. For B, it's 47% for 2 to 2.5x, the same pattern, 2.5, 3x is 40%, and a smaller percentage wants to see a higher 3 to 4x here. But growth is only seen as very valuable if it comes also with efficiency these days. So the times where you could just grow very high, like have very high growth, but burn a shit ton of money, I would say these times have shifted. And now things like efficiency come more and more into play. And burn multiple has been one of the metrics that investors look the closest at right now. And so what does this mean for Series A? The expectation for Series A is, I think, very clear here on this chart, where 1.5, like the minimum expectation, or like the range is like 1.5 to 3x is the burn multiple range that you can play on as an A company to meet expectations. And so 40% are fine with 1.5 to 2x, 40% are fine with 2 to 3x, and then there's a percentage of 13% that are fine with burn multiple higher than 3x at Series A. That said, the expectations get much higher at Series B, and efficiency becomes much more relevant, even more at that stage, where 40% of the people expect a burn multiple between 1 and 1.5, which is considered to be a great burn multiple, and 53% want to see 1.5 to 2x burn multiple. So 90% of the people, of the funds, want to see burn multiples ideally below 2x. And 40% as said between 1.5x. So the expectations really go down, which means companies should improve their burn between Series A and B and optimize more for efficiency at that stage. So on that question, what to prioritize, growth versus profitability? And this is a discussion we have with many founders and probably in many boardrooms. And here the unfortunate number is it's actually both. So growth and burn needs to be looked at in combination. I think high growth gives you a bit more sort of like margin to have a higher burn multiple, but the burn multiple still needs to be roughly in line with the benchmark expectations. So it cannot go completely whack. And then I think there's another caveat to it, which is, it depends a little bit on how much cash you have in the bank. If you have 3-4 years of runway and know that you're not raising for the next 3-4 years, then likely, in year one, it's fine to go more aggressive and have a higher burn multiple. Why, in the year leading up to your next fundraise, it's a metric you should really monitor even more closely to meet sort of like the metric expectations when you hit your next fundraise that investors look for. this year is actually a really great framework to look at this for a budget planning perspective for startups or also for board discussions. So I'm a big fan of the burn growth matrix as a framework where you put burn multiple on the y-axis, year-over-year growth on the x-axis, and basically look at the two in combination when you do your planning. And ideally, you put in lines for percentile benchmarks. And there are great growth funds out there publishing great benchmarks online. Andreessen is one of them that publishes them online. You can look them up. What is 50th percentile? What is 75th percentile or 90th percentile for SaaS? And then map these in the lines in this matrix here. And I think it really helps to discuss priorities of like how much you should push for year-over-year growth versus how much should you burn and how high can the burn multiple be in that case. So fundraising is of course about hitting the metrics, hitting about expectations. But one aspect that sometimes gets overlooked, which I think is really important and almost equally important to just having a great business and great metrics, is preparing your fundraise well and thinking strategically of how you approach your fundraise. And last year at SaaStr, I talked a little bit about how to run a good fundraising process and what are the tips and tricks around it. And these are a few summary highlights from it, which I briefly will go through, but also point out a little bit of the changes to some of the things from last year. So first of all, preparation is key. So it's actually worth it to spend the time to prepare and think strategically around your fundraise. And then it's typically smart to divide it into like 3 phases. That's how I think around it, of like fundraise planning, concrete preparation, and an active process. And fundraise planning is where you set your goals, round size, timing, like when should I go out before you run out of money, who do you want to raise from, looking at potential roadblocks. Then fundraise preparation, and there I say start typically 1 to 4 months before with like relationship intro chats, and then warm up relationships 2 to 4 weeks before, sort of like you actually go out and fundraise. Reach out a week before you want to go out to the market, to the funds to set up meetings. It typically takes a couple of days or a week to set meetings up. And do things like prepare. Pitch to your existing investors before, have mock pitches, pitch to angels, other entrepreneurs, gather feedback from them, and optimize sort of like your pitch and be prepared for the questions that are asked to you. When you run the active process, I think it's very, very important to be fully committed to it. I mean, like, it takes a lot of time these days, so most founders actually take 70-80% of your time fully for a fundraise, or like one co-founder of several co-founders do this. They typically have one person as a backup supporting them, like helping them with data, helping them with questions, to be able to have like fast process iteration with VCs. Speed is always a good indicator and something people like to see in a process. I also always recommend to maximum have 5 investor calls per day and not go for like 15, because you sometimes realize that people are worn out at the end of the day, don't have the right energy of it. So rather focus your energy on 5 to 6 calls a day max, and then really follow up. So this is a process. It's like a sales process. It's a pipeline. Follow up with investors. If you've pitched them, if they haven't gotten back to you yet, 2-3 days later, send them an email, ask about next steps, and really drive your process. And the most important point here is don't get blinded by initial love. Only a term sheet counts. What do I mean with that? It's the job of a VC to show you initial love. So think about it. You're a founder. You chat to a VC. You're like, hey, you want to look at this. And the VC goes like, this is great. I love this area. And like, we've been looking into this. Like, I'm really excited to talk to you. It looks very interesting what you're building. Your first call was great. This is what you'll hear most of the time. And you like it, right? But because if the other person, if another VC would say like, it's kind of interesting, let me think about it, you know, it's tough, but maybe we get there, let me think about it. Who do you like more? Of course, person number one that shows you love and is excited and, you know, wants to spend time on your area and these things. But reality is, most of the people behind the scenes are type 2 and have those critical discussions internally. But they're salespeople as well, and they show you love initially. And what we sometimes see is people get flattered by it and say like, oh, I raise money easily. Everyone says they love my product and my area is so exciting. I only need to talk to 5 VCs because everyone's so excited. No. You treat it as a sales funnel. Don't get blinded by the initial love, and speak to more VCs. So what has changed here over the last year? Typically, I said like raise money for 24 months of runway now, or 20 to 24 months of runway. Now I would say actually 24 to 30 months of runway. Ideally more towards 30 months of runway given the uncertain market. It's not starting 6 months before cash out anymore. It's more starting 9 months before you run out of cash, because after 2-3 months you realize if the fundraise was probably successful or not. And if it's tough fundraise or maybe struggling, you still have the time to either try to push for profitability or try to pursue an M&A route and go for an exit. So time is an important factor here. So what does this mean in practice of what's different now, these days? It's widen your funnel, speak to more funds, take more time, go out and raise earlier, adjust valuation expectations. If your expectations are too high, likelihood is that to raise is much lower. And then flat and down rounds are happening. We're seeing them across in the market. Everyone wants to avoid them. No one likes them, but they're the reality. And I would suggest prioritizing making a round happen over pushing on valuation. And I think the market is accepting, and everyone needs to accept that down rounds are happening and also flat rounds are kind of happening if it was inflated valuations before. So this brings me to the key takeaways. The market today prefer late seed and A rounds with more ARR. Average ARR multiples for A's are 25, for B were 24 in the last months. At the same time, investors consider 20 to 30x as healthy and 15 to 20x as healthy. So a slight disconnect there. And I don't know, or we don't know yet if that disconnect in expectations leads to even multiples going further down and more aligning with expectations in the coming months. Growth expectations have gone slightly down, while efficiency expectations have gone up. And then accumulate more ARR before raising, prepare your fundraising, plan more time, speak to more funds, adjust valuation expectations. And I hope everyone here that in the room, but also beyond, that goes out and fundraises soon, that it will be a very successful one. And that these data points here have been a little bit helpful in planning your next fundraise, how to think about your next funding round. And if there are any questions, I would love to open it to Q&A. There's a mic up here which you can come up for and ask any questions.
Hello, thank you. What is the average percentage that investor wants to get at Series A?
So I think it varies, but I think I would say a ballpark number of dilution that rounds are in this stage is like anything 18 to 25% at Series A is that we're seeing in the market. And so the rule of thumb is 20 in dilution, and maybe it's a bit more, maybe it's in range 20-25, maybe if it's a very competitive round, it's slightly less. And then it depends a little bit at Series A, like how much pro rata your existing investors do, and then oftentimes Series A investors then look for something around 15% plus in expectations. But then it really depends on round sizes, on fund sizes of the investors you're targeting. Some have 20% as ownership target, some have 10 to 15% as ownership target. So it really depends on the investors. But it's It's typically a double-digit number, very likely in the 15+% as a target.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, great presentation. Can you talk a bit about the ARR multiple expectation for seed rounds? So you spoke about...
Can you come close to the mic? Yeah.
Yes. Can you talk a bit more about the ARR multiple expectation for seed rounds? So you spoke about A's and B's, but what type of valuations are investors looking at for seed rounds?
Yeah. So for seed rounds, as I said, typically investors don't think in multiples at seed round yet, because oftentimes seed rounds don't have revenue or have 200K ARR in revenue, and then multiples, I would say, don't make sense at 200K ARR level yet. And so I'm pulling up the chart of where current seed round valuations have been. So if you look at the data, the median seed round valuation has been around 13 to 14 million in Q1. But the thinking here behind it is less in multiples, but more in terms of dilution and like how much money does a company need and these things. I think thinking in multiples starts when you hit the 1 million ARR or even more like the 1.5 to 2 million ARR mark.
I thought it was a brilliant talk on, I guess, what's happening. My question is why? Why? From your side, as founder myself, what is happening in your world as a VC that is causing all of these trends? What are the conversations you're having with your peers about, it could be interest rates, it could be quantitative easing. What is happening in your world that is leading to all of this?
Do you have another hour? No, I think this would justify a whole session of it where we can all discuss together. But you mentioned a couple of the points already with how macroeconomics has changed. But I think specifying it in particular, I would say one of the most relevant things that are happening is that tech multiples at public markets have gone down. So the reason why valuations have been very high, especially also at late stage, is that growth funds looked into public multiples. And public multiples for SaaS companies were trading very high at the end of 2021. This justifies investing in or this sets expectations for what your potential exit valuation could be and what the exit multiple could be. So now if those multiples come down significantly, it impacts the multiples at the earlier stage likewise. It trickles down because you can't invest at like very, very high valuations at a Series B stage anymore if the late stage multiples are just like way, way down and the math just gets harder there. So I think that's probably the most direct impact of like public markets trickling down to the private markets. But of course, there's many macro developments behind it.
Hi, great talk. Comparing US funds investing in EU companies versus the other way around, or just these numbers, how would you compare US versus EU funds and companies in valuation?
Yeah. So I think with that, you actually have seen a mix here of the respondents of the expectations. You have been half from the UK, 25% from, or 27% from Europe, 27% from US. So it reflects a mix. I think one thing we saw in the US that opinions swing faster in the US. So the US were faster to like react on the new multiples, react on sort of like the new valuations, be more opinionated about it. And it took a few months for it to come over to Europe. But I think the picture that we're seeing is still relatively similar of the overall trends that happen in Europe as well as the US. Also, if we looked here in the data of the respondents, there haven't been massive differences in the answers happening there. Great. Time is up. Thank you so much for joining, and enjoy SaaStr.
Please welcome Index Ventures partner, Hannah Seal, and Remote CEO and co-founder, Job van der Voort.
All right, let's kick off.
We're good? Yeah?
Yeah?
I'm not hearing myself. Are you hearing me?
Can everyone hear us?
Yeah, okay,
Okay,
good.
great. So, when I first met Job and his co-founder Marcelo back in 2019, it was pretty clear to us that they were onto something special, but as all of you here will know, timing is everything, and in the case of Job and Remote, timing was pretty impeccable. They launched the company in Q1 of 2020, just as the pandemic had hit, and everything just exploded, right? It became, Remote has become and continues to be one of our fastest growing portfolio companies in history. They went from 2 to 1,000 people in a couple of years. So it's been an absolutely wild ride. So before we get into some of the topics and like the nitty-gritty that I'm sure you'll all want to hear about, maybe I'll just hand it over to Job to share a bit more about how the past couple of years have been. So don't hold back. The naked truth. How crazy has it been?
Super crazy. I think to give you an idea of like how fast we grew, we started with the company in 2019. We had nothing, no money, and at the time, not a very good idea. In 2020, the pandemic happened. We still didn't have a product that was done. And in May 2020, we had our first customer onboarded. I don't remember what it was, but it was a pain in the ass to get everything set up. And then in 2021, we grew the company from 50 people to 650 people in 1 year. And now we are over 1,100 people paying hundreds of thousands of people in 170 plus countries and tens of thousands of customers. So it was pretty crazy, yeah, in a really short time. I also had 2 kids at that time.
It's been wild. So maybe we can share a little bit more about, how your role as a founder has changed going from 2 to 1,100 people, because, as who are founders will know, the founder that you start off at in the early days is often not the one that you end up at as you scale. So how has that been for you?
Yeah, so Hannah told me before, and like, I'm going to ask you this question. I said, well, I don't actually think it's true. I think the role of the founder is always the same, which is you should just do whatever the hell is necessary to make your company grow. And I very much still think that's the case. I think that the way I prioritize and optimize my day is like I try to focus on things that are highest impact or things that are fun. And I think that never really changes. I think it's just the things that have high impact are very different in the beginning than later on. I think when you start your company, you have to make sure that it survives at like all costs. It doesn't matter really what you do. Like as long as your company survives, you don't run out of cash and you move something close to whatever you want to achieve or figure out what else you want to achieve. And as the company grows, that changes significantly, especially as you move from like hiring people that just get shit done to people that you can actually delegate to and probably do a much better job at whatever you want to do than you do. But overall, I think it's like mostly the same. You just have to do things that are high impact and like make sure that the company grows and doesn't fall apart.
Fair enough. But one of the things that you've said to me is that you no longer get involved in every hire that happens in the company, which is kind of understandable at 1,100 people. But you stopped doing that quite early on, which is fairly kind of controversial. A lot of our founders, even as they're sort of 200, 300 people, are still, interviewing everyone. We've got one founder that I think is close to 2,000 people, and he still does the final round interviews for everyone above IC level. And at that stage, still culls 40% of people because he wants to keep the bar super high. So how do you think about that and the role of you in hiring?
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on what you want to do as a founder, right? And like, and what is the kind of impact that you want to have in your organization. So I still do it for everybody director and up, but I don't do it anymore for ICs and like managers of ICs for the most part. I remember exactly when we changed this. So we were 120 people, and this was like 2 weeks into 2021, and we were going to scale to 600 that year. And our VP of people at the time said to me, "Job, I don't think it's doable for you to do like 70 interviews a week," which was like the lower bound of what would be necessary. And so, yeah, that's why I stopped at that time. Like, to me, it didn't really make sense anymore. I don't necessarily have the capacity to evaluate how good a particular person would be in any particular specialist job. You know, I can interview like an Elixir developer, but like I have nothing useful to say to them, and they have nothing to say to me that will make any sense to me. And you know, at the same time, I do want to make sure that, and I want to give trust and empower the people that recruit, the managers, the recruiting team, that they actually understand what the culture is, that it's not like, oh, this culture is this ephemeral thing that only the CEO knows. No, I think that's bullshit. I think those people should know that as well. And like, if they can't hire for it, then we have a really big problem. If I'm like this final defender of whatever it is that I believe that I somehow know better than literally all the other people I hired.
Okay, I think that's really, you know, you see that in the remote organization, right? Like there is such a clear culture there, and it's not just you, it's, you know, everyone in the organization. So I was going to touch on this later, but maybe we can touch on that now, because, you know, there's this sort of perceived wisdom that you can only have a great culture if you're in person and you're together all the time and building culture, you know, on a day-to-day basis at the water cooler or whatever, but you're obviously 1,100 people, I think 75 different countries, and you know, most people in the organization you've probably never met. So how have you managed to create that like brilliant culture in this setup?
Yeah, so I think there's a few things that we do, right? I think first is we acknowledge the fact that it's different. So if you're not in an office together anymore, you have to not act like you're in office. Like nobody wants to sit in meeting rooms, be they virtual or in an office, right? Like the last thing you want to do is force people to be in endless Zoom meetings. And so that was the first thing we did. We said, well, we have to be incredibly deliberate about the kind of company we want to build and the kind of structure that we want to give to them. And so we thought about, well, what is the scaffolding for great culture? And in our case, what we did is we created a handbook. You can see it, remote.com/handbook. And we wrote down, these are our company values. We'll use this to guide, like, this is the kind of people that we want to hire, this is how we want to treat each other, and they are also an important part of like how we do performance evaluations. And we wrote down, and you can read all of this, we wrote down how do we communicate with each other, what do we think is important. And we like to be transparent, we like to be direct, and we like to be clear. And so that created sort of a scaffolding to say like, okay, this is how we treat each other. And then the next thing we did was incredibly easy, which is almost nothing. We just lowered the barrier to connecting with each other. And so we gave people the tools, and the tools are not magical tools, just Slack and shit. We've given them a little bit of money if they are going to meet up with each other, so we provide budget for people to meet with each other. And then we just treat people well, so that the conversations that they have with each other are not, that Job is such an ass, but rather they are just like about, you know, whatever the weather is, or, you know, talking about the dogs and the cats and such. And that's really it. Like, we do try to create opportunities where people that are unlikely to seek them out themselves still connect out of the context of work, right? So that they have non-transactional conversations, where a transactional conversation is, I have a project, I need something from that, and a non-transactional is, oh, I have to think of something to say. But that really is it. I think that's pretty fundamental. Like, if you treat people well, you give them the tools, then there's not a lot in the way for developing a great culture as long as you guide it in the right direction. That guiding we do through our values, so that if somebody, you know, kindness is our first value, and it's very simply our first value because I don't want to work with assholes. And so if you're an asshole, you get fired. And if you establish that, then people will treat each other well. And if you treat each other well, it becomes very easy to build a very welcoming and nice culture.
How do you balance that like culture of kindness and hiring for kindness with also like the intensity? Like you and Marcelo and, you know, the rest of the leadership team are like incredibly lovely people, but like also incredibly intense, hardworking, ambitious. How do you like trade that off with this like kindness?
Yeah, it's a good question. Kind is not nice, right? It's you can be kind to somebody by giving them very direct feedback. You can be kind to somebody by being clear and transparent about what is going well, what is not going well, what your expectations are of somebody. I think you're being unkind to somebody if you make the truth, the things that you really want to say, very opaque. Right? You want to be very transparent. That is being kind. So it serves two purposes, but I think what is important and what we've learned through pain is that it's important to establish that. So we establish that and we make sure we reinforce this, that to be kind is to treat each other well. To be kind doesn't mean that you do the things like a shit sandwich, which I think is like the worst management thing that there is, where you tell somebody good, oh, this is really nice, but this is the real thing I want to tell you, and oh, this is also really nice. We try to not do these kind of things.
I can confirm Job is extremely direct. I think it's the
I don't know if that's good for you.
Cool. Moving on to priorities. So, when we invest in founders, typically the early stage, it's a founder with a unique insight into a problem, and the first year or so is just them building, finding a solution to the problem. Over time, it's trying to establish product market fit. Then it goes to all right, we've got product market fit. How do we actually sell this scalably? So at what point did you guys spend the first sort of year or so building, and then you launched about a year and a half later? At what point did you know that you had product market fit?
So one thing, I knew that this was a real problem because, and I looked it up on day -3. So supposedly we were starting the company on day 25th. But we were both impatient, so we started early. I was supposed to take a vacation. Pro tip, take that vacation, because I don't remember a long vacation that I had. I had the first call with a prospect. We didn't have any product, but I was talking with companies, and I did it for a really long time, and I never really stopped. But I did it until we actually had our first customer. I had weekly meetings with different companies, and we discussed what is the actual problem that you have, and then I would mostly focus. It's mostly shutting up, right? Just listening whatever they tell you, and then framing it as okay, we are planning to solve your problem, and this is how we think about it. What is your response to this? And that was really informative, because it essentially told me that if we achieve this thing that I'm proposing, then you are likely, we're probably solving a real problem. And then pandemic happened. We are called remote.com. That's a good domain to have. So for next pandemic. And what happened was that we were overwhelmed with demand. And I remember very vividly, at first it was just me doing things, and then we had one support person. We were 9 people at the time. Mafalda, she still works at Remote. She's really great. And she was our support person. And we had no salespeople, so she also started doing sales. And then we ran out of Mafalda. She was working 20 hours a week, 20 hours a day. I was working 20 hours a day. And I think that was pretty the essential moment where we said okay, we need to clone Mafalda or hire 50 more people like this. And that's exactly what we did. We just hired people. And as we hired people, rather than fixing the pipeline and getting to a place where it was stable, we had to keep hiring people, which is why we grew so incredibly quickly.
On the topic of the remote.com URL, it's obviously been great for you, but I remember hearing that you also get a ton of inbound from people whose remote controls are broken. So there is actually a part of the remote website where you can go for advice on also how to fix your broken remote control. So if ever you need that. And then moving on to the go-to-market side, how has that changed over time? Obviously, initially there was a ton of inbound, but how have you sort of matured that organization as you've scaled?
I think if you are a technical founder, right, you're very involved with the product, it's very easy to underestimate how incredibly complex and how incredibly detailed the workings of a go-to-market team can be, right? Both in terms of marketing, how you address the market, what channels you use, as well as in how you structure your sales team, what they do, how they are incentivized. In the beginning, you just have a small group of people that do whatever. Right? I really like this phase because as a founder, you can be super involved, and there's very little technique and a lot of just pure hustle to it. And then as you start to grow, you start to hire these specialists, and especially I would say go-to-market leadership and sales leadership, having people on your team that have done this at a similar kind of scale and maybe even a similar kind of market has been incredibly interesting to me, where I thought was like, oh, salespeople, they just sell all day. That's all they do. They do sales calls and they sell and they convince people. There's so much nuance to it, and you end up getting this organization with a lot of specialists, a really clear funnel, where there's a million different things that you can do that make a meaningful difference on your business. And so it really is what you would expect, right? You go from this big group of people that do everything to a lot of specialists, and it's worthwhile spending a lot of time thinking about how is that structured, how do we incentivize people, and what actually makes sense. I think the biggest mistake in go-to-market that we made, and sometimes we still make, is just looking at others and doing what they do, because we believe that, oh, if they do it, then it's probably a good thing to do. But in reality, what we find is that many things, one interesting example that I've always wondered about, and I still haven't figured out, to be honest, is display advertising, where we see a lot of display advertising, and we did it a bunch. It's really hard to quantify, like, what is actually the impact of that on your business, and we found that it's mixed results. It really depends on what you do, how you do it, when you do it, and even then it's really hard to track whether it actually works for your business. I don't know, it's all super interesting. That's the one thing I would say, never think of it as like a separate thing. It's a really big, important way to address your business.
I think that's true. You are obviously a product guy, and Marcelo, the other co-founder, is a technical guy. So, we often see this with these type of founders, that the go-to-market stuff evolves a lot over time, and actually acknowledging the importance of that is critical. Cool. All right. So moving on to the leadership team. Obviously, when you first start the business, everyone's kind of a generalist. You're hiring for like attitude, basically, at that point. We have one founder, and he says that, his first 10 hires are like the yeah, I'll do that hires. Because anything you say to them, it's like, yeah, I'll do that. And that's sort of the way that we think about hiring initially. Like, we see in our portfolio about 4 or 5 of the first 10 hires are typically technical. But even then, you want to hire an engineer that, like, in a crisis is going to become like a customer support person. So that's really what we see at the early stage. And then over time, you obviously, start to hire specialists and grow your leadership team. So how have you, thought about, hiring leaders, when to hire them, in what order, what are the priorities been?
Yeah, I think, I don't think what I will say is controversial, but it is something that I think is difficult, which is that as your company grows, it doesn't matter what leadership you hire for whatever role, your company will probably outgrow that leadership pretty quickly. So I always thought, I'm going to hire this role, the sales leader, and then I'm done. And like for the next few years, I have a sales leader that works really, really well. And my experience has been almost the opposite, which is that the company, especially if it grows really quickly, outgrows the leaders that you hire. It's certainly true that in the beginning you hire for like raw attitude and like just the ability to get shit done. And then as the company goes, you hire more specialists. But I think what never got old is people that like to get shit done. And I think, our most recent hires, they're very senior people with a lot of really relevant experience, but there are also people that are like, let's get shit done. So that never really changed for me. I do think it's really valuable to hire people that have experience. It seems like such an obvious thing, right? But you can't, there's certain roles that you can't really, just, figure it out all the way through, except CEO. That's, it's worked so far.
What's been the most transformative C-level hire for you guys?
It's a good question. CFO. Yeah. If you hire a really good CFO, that person will not just help you figure out finance. That person will help you deeply understand your business and drive significant change. And that's our experience for sure.
And you've just, for context, Remote has just hired a CFO a few months ago. So do you wish you'd hired that person earlier?
Well, it took me 9 months, so yes. Yeah. No, he's
cool.
really good. So yeah, I wish I hired him before. But again, in his case, until he joined, let's say 9 months before he joined, but until that point, we just needed to get shit done, right? Yeah. And we had somebody who was amazing for that. And now we have somebody that has experience at like large scale dealing with billions of dollars. Yeah, that's really useful when you're actually doing that. But until that point, yeah, you need somebody with like raw intelligence.
Yeah. And you know, you have pretty much all of the C-levels listed here, but you don't have a chief product officer because you are the acting chief product officer.
Yeah.
You know, for reference, Job was the VP product at GitLab before he started remote, so that's his domain expertise. Why have you made that decision, and how have you thought about it?
Well, I used to have one, no longer, because it didn't work out. So I feel extremely strongly that as a founder, if you care about something in your business, it doesn't matter what it is, right? In my case, it's product, but if there's something that you deeply care about and something that is close to you, that you have strong opinions about, you should be super close to it. You should be on top of it. You should not care about the fact that there's a lot of people that you've hired that are experts on it, that have decades of experience, because the moment that those people build something, ship something, do something that doesn't align with what you want, you will feel estranged from that decision and that particular part of your company. And my biggest regrets in building remote, other than the one we'll get to, are all around things where I let go of something I truly cared about because somebody more experienced, more intelligent than I said, oh, we should do it this way. Every single time. And I remember all these cases. Like, I remember each single case where this happened, and I think back about those moments with deep regret because it took time and effort to then undo it. Or in some cases, like, it's just not worth the effort. And so I feel super strongly that if you care about something, you have to, it's your company as a founder. Like, it's the one thing that I had to get over. Like, you don't have to be humble in this case. It's your company, you're started. So if you care about something really deeply, it's your DNA that goes into it, and you should do that. And for me, that was product. And so we have a great product team. We have amazing product managers that are much better at figuring out all the details. But there's some things that I really care about, and it sounds arrogant, but like we'll do those the way I think they should be done. And I will argue respectfully, kindly, with those people about it. And sometimes I'm wrong, and sometimes I discover that I'm wrong after the fact. But I wouldn't want this to be any other way, and I've learned that from experience. And you know, your next question is going to be, well, how do my reports in product think about this? And I asked them, and they tell me, Joop, you should probably hire a chief product officer because you don't have a lot of time for us. And then I tell them, I don't want to, because you're all intelligent, great people, and you will manage. And I want to stay close to the thing that I really care about, and I don't want to create artificial distance. And maybe next year I will change it, I don't know, but for now.
I would argue that the product function is working better than it ever has before, so
yeah, I think so too.
Something's going right. Cool, hiring across the company. So what we typically see early days, up to about 50 employees, is that founders spend like 50 to 70% of their time on hiring. And our advice to our portfolio companies is often, if you're going to hire 25 people or more in a year, you should probably hire an internal recruiter, which I think a lot of founders tend to be resistant to, and they use agencies, but actually like the ROI of someone internal that's not only like doing the volume hiring for you, but also like putting in place that like hiring machine is actually pretty high. So that's, you know, typically our recommendation to our founders, but would love to hear your experience of how much time that you did spend on hiring, and then how much time you spend on hiring now.
Yeah, in the beginning, it's as you specify, it's a lot, just whatever is necessary, especially if the team is growing really fast. And like those first hires are so incredibly impactful because they need to do everything. You know, again, I think about Mafalda, one of our, she was like our 9th person on the team, so 7th hire. She did everything, and she's still with us. And why is that? Because we spend so much time with every individual hire and looking really well through like who are the people that are going to help out. Nowadays, it completely depends. So when I'm hiring some executive, where like I am the person hiring this one, and they will report directly to me, I spend 90%, if necessary, of my time. Like all of it. I block my whole calendar, make all the time in the world for them. And then when it's not that, it's significantly less. I don't know. I don't want to quantify it because it's scary, but it is significantly less. I do really keep in check, and there's some roles that I really care about, or sometimes, if we need help convincing something, I always do that. But I always think it's like that's time that you're going to get back tenfold.
Great. All right, let's move on to the juicy stuff. So mistakes that you made. As a fund, I'd say the mistake that we see most often with founders is not moving on the early employees once they sort of reach the limit of where they can scale within the company. And obviously loyalty is a great quality, but it's really important to understand when you're sort of being loyal to a fault. And many people that are there in the early days and help you launch the rocket aren't necessarily the ones that are going to help you achieve orbit. So we see that really often. And actually, like, the data shows us that once you reach 1,000 employees, typically only one of the first 10 is still in the organization. But you've had a kind of different experience, right? So can you share that?
Yeah, I think of the first 10 people or so, 7 people are still with the company, I believe. But I think we were lucky, right? Because there's two things that can happen. One is the organization outgrows these people, and they want to grow along with the organization, then they're not able to. And in our case, what happened is that some of those people, they became like directors and high-level management, and a few of them stayed in individual contributor roles and did really, really well. That said, I think of the first 50, because we started growing faster, it's actually a much smaller percentage. So probably of the first 50, it's maybe 20 or so at most. And that said, like, I think if your company, especially if your company grows really, really fast, yeah, getting rid of those employees that don't fit anymore, getting rid is really, really harsh, right? Like, it's just about, the company doesn't match what this person is bringing, so it's a stressful situation for both parties. I think the more aggressive you are about the founder, the better you will be. One of our board members always says, well, there's never been anybody that said, well, I fired that person too early, which is harsh but true.
It's true. So what is the biggest mistake that you think that you've made in building?
Yeah, I made the biggest and like most typical mistake that everybody warns you. I hired a friend and I had to fire him, and now he's no longer a friend. I really regret it. Like, I genuinely really regret it. Like, it's just really painful. He doesn't want to talk to me anymore, and sucked. So, and I wasn't asked. Like, it just wasn't working out, and he was paid well, and no, it's tough. I should contextualize this, that I built a company with my best friend, right? My co-founder Marcel is my best friend, and that's the best decision I ever took. Right, second from marrying my wife. And I would recommend that, because like, I think co-founder problems are a really common reason why companies die.
Yeah.
But like, hiring a friend in a position, even with all good intentions, even if before, and we did this, we're like, listen, we're friends, and we were friends for many years. This cannot work. Like, there's a potential that this works out in a different way, and it still didn't happen, you know. And like, I'm sad about it. He doesn't want to be my friend anymore. So yeah, that was harsh and painful.
Are there any mistakes that you made that like, now you're glad that you made them, and you sort of needed to make them to achieve where we are today?
I mean, so many. I think it's like a journey of non-stop failing upwards, like correcting them. No, I think all of them. I think there's a lot of people that in retrospect, I shouldn't have worked with, or certain projects that I started where I had great hopes of the future and it just didn't work out. But in all of the cases, I made sure to learn something about it. There's not something in particular where I feel like, well, that's the one thing that I learned a lot from. It's like, I feel like I'm making mistakes every day and just keep going.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's startups, right?
Yeah.
Constant failure and constantly bouncing back up and learning from those mistakes. Great. So I think we're nearing the end of the discussion, and I would love to leave enough time for Q&A. So maybe just wrapping up some of the takeaways. Our first one is like, early days, people. You're going to spend a majority of your time on it. Don't shortchange it. It's worth it. And then as you scale, hire leaders, delegate, let them, make hiring decisions and feel empowered. And then, this is a controversial one because you feel like you haven't changed, but, typically what we see is that, the journey of a founder, it evolves. You're not going to start off as the same type of founder as you sort of end up as, and don't be afraid to iterate and sort of evolve and grow as you go. But maybe just to wrap up, Job, can you share one useful nugget of information with the group that you think would be helpful?
It goes back to the same thing that I said in the beginning. I think as a founder, your sole job is to make something out of nothing. It's to create value where there wasn't. And the only way you can do that is by not stopping. And so that's your job. Just get shit done forever. And then at one point, you'll make some money.
So. Great, thank you. So we now have time for Q&A. So if anyone has any questions, if you would please go up to the mic that's just there at the front.
Thanks for the incredible story. Very cool to see that you're 1,000+ people across 70+ countries, all remote. Tell us a little bit more about what you encourage from an in-person perspective. So you mentioned kind of the budget that you give people. Maybe tell us a little bit about your travel schedule, if you encourage managers to meet their people in person, maybe just a little bit more on the in-person piece.
Yeah, so previously at GitLab, we did this 9-month, every 9 months we did a big offsite, bringing everybody together. And at remote, we don't. And in fact, we do very little bringing people together with the intent of being together other than things that people self-organize for. And the reason for that is because it's really hard, expensive, and you have diminishing returns, especially at scale. But what I do want to do is that when people get together, I want to encourage them to spend all of that time bonding. Because you and I are not going to sit on Zoom meeting for 2.5 hours. But if I ask you to go out for dinner, well, we're going to spend 2.5 hours, right? And it's not a problem, whether we know each other or not. And so spending a lot of time bonding and doing fun things, that's the most important thing. The nice thing is that, especially if it's self-organized, you don't have to do a lot. Like, you just have to make sure people get together and encourage that a little bit. And then if you get together with a smaller group, like we do with some of the teams in the company, then it is worthwhile doing those things that are otherwise very annoying to do remotely, like having long meetings and doing brainstorming sessions, which are all, you can do them remotely, but it's kind of a pain in the ass. So that's what I would say. I don't travel a lot. These days I do because it's like conference seasons. Otherwise, I spend almost all my days at home, in my home office. Like the benefits that I believe in for all individuals, which is that you can live wherever you want. You can have a balanced life where, you take care of your family. I have 2 small kids. I want to enjoy those as well, besides the fact that it's significantly more efficient, right? I get crazy a lot of shit done at home without having to meet people in person.
Great, thank you.
Hello, that was a really, really great talk. I really, really enjoyed it. My question relates towards, there was one chart where you describe what you need to do as a founder at specific stages. And at the beginning, you said you need to hire best 10 people, and then at the stage after 1,000, you said, or after 250, you're influencing the principles. How much do you think your culture shifting is different at the beginning, where you set the tone of that culture, compared to principles that you're setting after 250? What's the difference?
I think the way you should think about it is that every time your company doubles in size, it's a new company. And you sort of have to re-establish everything that you had before it. So if your company grows really, really fast, this is especially challenging because if the majority or more than half of the people in your company are new, they've been working with you for less than a year, it means that you don't have a culture. Like, you have to re-establish it. I guess that's the answer, right? Which is it is a new country. You should never think about your company as a static thing, and you should never think about your culture as a static thing. When it was just me and Marcelo together building the first bits of remote, we'd make inappropriate jokes all day on Slack, but that's not acceptable anymore. But that goes for almost any size of company. When you are 100 people, everybody can know everybody. There's a lot of interactions, but everybody can know everybody. But when you're 200, that's impossible. And so now you get siloing, you get different departments, and so you have to start thinking about how do I incentivize that different teams talk to each other and that they still collaborate and that they don't become too inward-looking. Each one of those stages is a challenge. So I would say every time your company doubles, you have to take a step back and think, well, what is the kind of culture I'm going to build going forward? What works for this current size?
Thank you.
Hi, thank you for the session. Just taking up from the question that you answered for him. So how do you incentivize your employees to constantly talk to each other? Because with culture being the only competitive advantage a company can have, so how do you ensure that all the teams working across the world have something to say to each other?
So It's an interesting question. You don't have to do anything. People are social by nature. If you create an empowering, encouraging environment, people will want to talk with the people that they work with, right? I think there's two things that you allude to. One is like, well, how do you build culture? I think culture comes from bonding, right? Relations between individuals. And I think the basis of those relationships cannot be transactional. If you and I, our only relationship is you work on a project and I check in on the status, that's not a really good relationship. We haven't bonded. And we need to be able to do that in a professional sense, but it's not sufficient, right? And so when I talk about culture, I think about making sure that you and I get to know each other out of the context of work. And how do you encourage that? Is by lowering the threshold, creating a safe environment, giving people some tools to do that. And then for the most part, they figure themselves out. And for the few people that are not able or willing to like cross that chasm of starting a conversation and being social with each other, you can create simple things like games, you know, like icebreaker. Like it really is that simple. You just have to make sure that people are talking with each other. That's sufficient. And if you talk about like professional organization and collaboration, that's a performance thing. They need to do that for their work. So if they're not doing it, they should be told by their managers or their manager's manager that they're not doing a good job.
All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Good question.
Great talk. I really appreciated that. I had a question as I came up, but actually what you said just recently triggered another one. So my first question is, you talked a bit about some of the mistakes you made and you were rectifying these, and many of those, you know, you talked about that. I was curious to hear what, in your mind, are some of the strategic bets that you made that went well, that you sort of felt that, you know, there was a bit of umming and ahhing and you had to put conviction behind something.
Yeah.
Because clearly some macro trends have helped you, but there was probably a ton of things from yourself that you've got right. And the second question is actually, so I also have 2 kids myself, 2 young kids. So for these last few years for you must have been wild. So I'd just love to hear a bit more about that side, how you made it work, what was the processes that you put in place for that as well. So thanks.
All right, so first strategic, then kids. So best strategic decision we made is that when we built remote, I very much believe that the only way to build a great product is if you can control everything about it. And so for our product, that means that we want to control the infrastructure and all the operations related to the product that we are offering, which is payroll, benefits, compliance. It's a lot and it's really complex. And what we saw is that nobody in a traditional stack of service providers is incentivized to do the right thing. So I said, we're going to spend 100 times more money and 1,000 times more time to build a solution that we completely own, every part of it, no exception, and in particular, we make no exceptions to this rule. That meant that we were slower to market. It meant that it cost much more to do all of this. It meant that our first version of our product were not very good. But today, it means that we are faster, make more money, grow faster than anybody else, and it's almost impossible to compete with our product. That was a good strategic decision.
Just to add to this as well, like there were board meetings where people were like, you know, partner with someone, you know, if you want to close a customer that wants you to offer the solution in like Mongolia and this country and that country, just don't build it, just partner. And you've always been religiously like, no, we cannot control the quality. We want to offer the absolute best experience to our customers. And we refuse to do that. And it was definitely, not an easy, you know, decision always, but, you know, I think we're all glad that you stuck to your guns on that one.
I'm glad you gave me a lot of money. So when I started the company, I had one kid. I had my daughter. She was 6 months old. It's much easier to do that if you don't have to go to the office and if you have a supporting partner, which I have. And then in May 2020, we onboarded our first customer. And then in August 2020, my son was born. And he was born prematurely. So he was born at 30 weeks old. He was in an ICU for 7 weeks. And that sucked. Like, that's really awful as a parent. But, you know, what do I do when I sit at home? I couldn't enter the NICU because COVID. It just worked. And it made me, you know, value the important things in life, like kids, family. And it made it clear to me that, you know, it's kind of useful if you're not forced to be in a particular place in a particular time. And nowadays, I have a really harsh schedule. I was telling someone earlier today, my days, the first thing I do in the morning is take care of my kids, bring them to school, They're in school all day, daycare. And then at the end of the day, I have a hard block, unmovable, unless I'm in London. I pick them up and I take care of them, I cook for them and put them in bed. And then at night I work again. But the schedule is rigid. Like the time with my kids is rigid, and the time that I spend with my kids, I don't do anything about work. And that makes it work. Works for everybody. I think the times that it was most difficult was when I couldn't let go of work. That is really, and I have to be very principled about it. But the more principled I am, the longer period of time, the easier it becomes. But I never do work and kid at the same time. It's impossible. It's because you have frustration, and your frustration of work pours into your kids.
Thanks, appreciate it.
For the talk. You talked about getting shit done quite a lot, and I'm a founder and I totally agree, but I find that when you interview people, everybody says that they get shit done. So what are, in your experience, the top predictors of a candidate getting shit done, and what are the sort of the red flags?
There's two things that work really well, is to ask for examples to candidates, how they get shit done. Doing reference checks. I think that's it. I think it's really hard to measure. I think what is important is that the candidate that you're interviewing understands that getting shit done means having an impact of some sort, and it doesn't mean creating work. So I've worked with people that create work but don't have an impact, or don't do things that are impactful by nature. And doing work is, for example, creating slideshows. I think at Remote we forbid internal slideshows. People break the rule, and it annoys me, but they are forbidden. And the reason for that is because all the information that is in a slideshow, you can just put in any kind of text-based document without all the time spent on formatting, right? And so I think that's an example of doing work instead of creating an impact. So that's how, yeah.
Thank you.
We still have like 3 minutes for a question, if anybody has one. You don't have to run. Just walk really quickly.
I was just wondering if you had any advice for co-founders, like how do you define like how you're splitting the shares? And if you were to give your early employees shares, how would you go around like deciding?
Yeah, co-founders should split it equal. Otherwise you will break up. Like it's really difficult otherwise. So Marcel and I, we live in different countries, so our compensation isn't identical, but for the most part it's one-on-one identical. It's best to work in as low ego as possible. Accept the fact that one person has to be CEO and take those tasks, which are additional tasks, including maybe having to fire the other co-founder. And that's it. And you have to just accept that. And maybe you can switch it in a few years. But that's it. You have to be super honest with yourself. And like, remember, just as like choosing an investor, Hannah has been on our board since the very beginning, and that was a good choice. It's a choice you make for like a decade, right? Maybe your company doesn't work out, but what if it does? You have to work together for like a decade or maybe two. So you can't start that, like you can't have a false start on that. So you have to take it extremely seriously that you're completely open and honest and transparent with each other, because I believe it's the #1 reason companies die, right? Co-founder conflicts. So no matter how good you are today, make that you have like, be completely open and transparent with each other. My co-founder and I, we have everyday discussions and arguments, and we fight over things, but it's all with zero ego. There's no emotions involved, right? Other than emotions on the problem. And I think that's a really healthy way to do it. But for the most part, yeah, keep things equal and like be really clear with each other.
Okay, thank you.
I'd agree on the keeping things equal. Like when we look at our own portfolio, often founder conflicts arise when there is an unequal sort of split of shares initially. So I would always caution against that. And then to answer the lady's second question, how to think about compensating early employees, there is an Index Ventures, a shameless plug, but there's I think it's Index Ventures / option plan or something like that, where we have sort of amassed all the data in the industry, and we sort of share at each stage of your journey and for each role, roughly sort of a ballpark of how much equity you should give in various different regions as well. So you can use that tool. It's pretty useful.
Great. Thanks, everybody.
Cool. That's the end. Thank you so much.